with the National Digital ID fits into the infrastructure that already exists?
That'll help. If I, I had to shutter across. There's loads of weird stuff that started happening then, and I couldn't go live. There's always something. Homemade candles, so much brighter, got fire on either side of me. Hello, Lana. I love that. Lana's cosmic avatar. Only an artist would come up with something like that, It's a lot more interesting than Rose Hippie Guy. I'm just listening to this Scouse lass. Let me put unfortunately, I need to put a little bit of light on my ugly mug. This whole trying to ban the jury of 12 of your peers, this is really, really serious shit, this is, But I'm hoping that there's a lot of people out there that are fighting our corner in regards to this, because as you know, we've got the legal system and then we've got the lawful system. The lawful system underpins everything that's legal. So all these acts and statutes, they're irrelevant to me. They mean fuck all to me, because acts and statutes are only lawful, in fact, only legal if you consent to it. That's what an act and a statute is. It's something where you have to be governed by consent. Well, I don't give my consent, so you can take your little rules and shove them up your fucking arse. Hello, Michael. Nice to see you, brother. Oh, he's one of them. I can't help doing that. It's something I've done all my life. Anyway, getting back to I know this might be boring to some people. It's so important because it affects our lives. They can pull us in, and nick us, arrest us for all sorts of bollocks now. Just pointing out that there's a nonce element about the Jewish faith. There's a nonce element about the Islamic faith. Stuff like that. They can hold you in for it. Yeah, you shouldn't be saying things like Islamophobia, anti-Semitic. I've been called anti-Semitic for pointing out facts. Just the truth. And a lot of people don't realise that, again, everything is about vibration, and the truth cuts through everything. It's got a really, really high vibration. Please feel free to look. I'm learning so much more about the reality of the world that we live in, and it's mind-blowing. None of this stuff was taught at school. All of this stuff should be taught at school. All of it. Because you'd end up with, we obviously know why they don't teach it at school, because they don't want a nation full of free-thinking, broad-minded, critical thinking people. They don't want that. They want serfs. They want slaves. That's all they want. People that are easily manipulated and easily controlled. And this is one of the reasons why they're bringing out all of these rules and regulations for children online, using the safety of the children as their tool to make it justifiable. So if any of us end up in court, to be honest with you, I can't see any reason why I would end up in court, because firstly, I tell the truth. And you know, every now and then I get things wrong about this and about that. You know, I'm not perfect. None of us are. But hello, Jordan. Good to see you, brother. Thanks for joining us, mate. So the abolition of a jury of 12 of your peers is a significant milestone in our freedoms moving forward, because in a court of law, you can demand, even if the judge is talking over you, you can demand 3 times, demand a trial of a jury of 12 of your peers. If you say it 3 times, it's there, it's logged. They have to do it. Yeah, you do run because we have, you know, there have been judges that have not been qualified judges. And then you've got qualified judges that are woke and extremely left-leaning. And then you've got all judges that are operating outside of the City of London, which means that they've not actually got any jurisdiction over you whatsoever in a court. All of the court in Birmingham, the court in Nottingham, wherever you're from, they've got no jurisdiction. So that law doesn't stand. So any sentencing they give you is illegal, unlawful. So it's not good. It's not good. But again, the lawful system, it underpins the legal system. So they can't do this. Well, they are doing, but they can't do it. So I was watching a video the other day, and there was this chap, and he was basically saying that, so the legal system is based on maritime law, as you know, right? The lawful system is based on, and you're all going to be thinking, the law of the land. No, it's based on Christianity, that nothing is higher than God. And he used that because the whole free man of the land thing, that's not going to wash. It's not going to work. So anyone that's ploughing loads and loads of effort into something like that, it's fruitless. It's pointless. So it's a case of either using their own system against them or God's law. Because the British lawful justice system is based on Christianity. And nothing is above God. But then my argument was so you're either a slave to the legal system or you're a slave to religion. And I'm not happy with any of them. So there's got to be a third option. You know? And I'm on a mission to try and find that third option, and maybe a fourth or a fifth or a sixth, because I'm not happy about that. Especially when you start delving into what sovereignty really means. Don't worry, I'm not going to go into sovereignty again. But when you're sovereign, you know you're sovereign. You know it. It's got nothing to do with ego. It's about knowing that nobody is above you. Nobody. Absolutely nobody. So you get pulled, you get, pulled over or stopped in the street by a copper. Fuck off. How would you like it if I stopped you in the street? Forget about uniform, right? How would you like it if I stopped you in the street and told you I was going to search you? You tell me to fuck off. It's exactly the same thing. They haven't got any jurisdiction over you. You're your own man. and your own woman under God's law. Now, I'm not a Christian, so I'm not about to become a Christian just to try and navigate my way through the legal and lawful system. Not happening. And yeah, I have said quite a few times that I do think that the country should go back to enshrine the law and the law of the land, if you like, with Christian values, because it works. It works. And this is why you look at Christianity across the world, it's being destroyed, it's being slaughtered. Because Christianity, albeit the fact that I'm not going to go through the whole what was wrong with the Old Testament. Surely the original Bible was the real Bible, and we should be sticking to the original genuine article, you know. But if we're following the King James Bible, which was altered to suit God knows who was in power at the time, then so be it, because it is a nicer version of the Bible, you know. It doesn't say anything about stoning your missus to death because she was shagging Roger next door. It doesn't say anything like that. It's all about peace and love. No nonsense. There's no nonsense in the Bible. Dirty bastards. Oh, anyway. Energy, frequency, vibration. Absolutely. Honestly, Lana, it's when you start to kind of look into all of this and you start to tap into it, literally, you start to realize that there's a lot of truth in there, which makes you want to kind of delve a little bit deeper and a little bit deeper and a little bit deeper. And the deeper you go, the more fucking mind-blowing it is. There is nothing above the truth. Nothing. So if they ever came knocking on my door, I would film it. I've got some decent defense systems in place. So whether you've got a uniform or not, I will fuck you up. I will. Because there'll be no reason for you to be at my door. And don't come knocking on my door saying, it's about something you put online, you know, because that'll just get my back up even more. So if they did come knocking, they'd be here, you know, uninvited and unwanted. And I have put signs up to give a little bit of an indicator as to how this might end up going. It doesn't say anything about killing anyone, you know. Who'd put a sign up saying trespassers will be killed? In fact, that was a thing at one time. People used to have signs saying, I mean, most of the people that are here are around my age, give or take 5 years, more or less. So most of us can remember going on little country walks, you know, these little beautiful little country walks and that. And there'd be designated paths that we had to fight for in the 20s, I believe. And every now and then we'd see private property and it would be trespassers will be shot. And if ever you needed an incentive not to go on someone's private land, that was it. So I've not got any signage like that up. That information. Hey up, Dave. You all right, matey? Good to see you. Happy Friday. So there's nothing like that. It's very, very basic signage, but it's enough. And the police, just like anybody else, you can turn around to them and you can say, I'm removing your implied right of access. That's the first thing you say. right? You tell them another 2 times and they're still there, then that's aggravated trespass. That becomes unlawful and illegal. So then you put yourself into a position. Do you phone the police to come out to arrest the police that are breaking the law? No, because that's never going to happen, because they stick up for each other. They're trained that way. So you have to become the deterrent. And again, under the Castle Doctrine, which does stand under law, under God's law, that you can defend your home, whether it's rented, whether it's bought, whatever. It's still your home. If it's rented, as long as you don't break your tenancy agreement, that tenancy agreement makes that home or that, that flat, that house, that bungalow or whatever, that makes that yours for the duration of that tenancy agreement. It belongs to you. It's more your property than it is the person that owns it until the end of that tenancy agreement, 6 months, a year, whatever it is now. So the Castle Doctrine is a real thing. It really is. And if necessary, you can by law use lethal force. You can fuck them up. You can kill them. That's obviously a very, very extreme sort of situation or set of circumstances in which that would come about, But the way I'd see it is that I've got 2, 3, maybe 10 pigs on my driveway or knocking on my door or trying to look around to try and suss it out, try and figure out the best and quickest way in. Good fucking luck to you. So I'll be looking at all of them and I'll be thinking, she's got a taser, he's got a taser, he's got a taser, him, her, and him. All got tasers. And tasers come under firearms, right? So it is considered a firearm. So you need to even up the playing field. So if you've got, say, 10 cops on your drive and they've all got a taser, if, say, 2 of them, it could take just one person, one of these dickheads, one of these dirty, filthy, little backstabbing, two-faced, two-tier pig cunts to fire a taser at someone that's got a heart condition, for example, or a pacemaker. They're dead. One of them, just one of them. So if you've got 10 of them, and they're all, most of them, the vast majority of them are completely incompetent. So you've got incompetent pigs carrying what are considered to be firearms. So you need to level the playing field. And level the playing field, I will. But there will be warnings first. I'm not just going to go out there and start fucking people up. I'm not going to go out there at all. Because that would defeat the object. And I think that the bad element, the dangerous element of this that sort of scenario is that I've had 5 years of frustration and anger bubble away. It's got to come out. And MMA training did give me some tools to be able to help me suppress a lack of self-control when I'm angry, right? And just for the record, never, ever, ever laid a finger on her. I would have killed to protect her. She knew that. So I'm not saying that you know, if someone pisses me off, I'll lose my shit. And it's not like that. It's when I'm faced with someone that is an absolute cunt, and there's no way of using dialogue to get out of it, you know? So once I get going, I run the risk of losing control. And I know that I'm not the only one that's like that, because you've all encountered the last 5-6 years, some people 10, 20, 30 years have seen all this. Most of us just knew something was wrong, but we just didn't know what. We could never quite put our finger on it. Most of it until COVID, you know. Massive chunk of people, 9/11. So you've all you've all on and self-control and try and lid on it, and it gets more and more difficult to do, because you just see people everywhere that are just it's the apathy. Anyway, so going back to when right off there, so all I do is tell the truth. And hello, Sal Mishra, Mandy. Mandy. What was that? Pulled you from the wreckage as the sharks were coming for me. I felt Mandy pull me up, give me the kiss of life, just like the girl in Dr. No. Who was that? Anyway, Mandy, hey up. My mood goes low rather than angry. Yeah, well, I think that's probably the best way to be. But everyone's got a snapping point. Everybody. That's what you get for trespassing. Yeah, exactly. Fuck around and find out. We've got no reason to be here. They'll have no reason to be here, right? We've all seen the little videos online where you've got some copper, and you can tell that he feels uncomfortable. I'm thinking, like you can almost read his mind, you know, on these ring bell doorbell things, and you know, where you say goodbye to your privacy, you know, and sort of pass all of your information to God knows who by having these ring doorbells. And yeah, and it's not just, and anyone that's got one of them, you're a bit fucking selfish, because there's facial recognition in the newer versions of that. So me just walking past your house with the girls, just taking them out for a walk, that's taking my profile, you know. I used to know where all the fruit trees were. Yeah, well, that's good. That's good. You need to map out where all the food is. Map out. Try and build up what you know about. I posted something in the post section earlier on today about the supermarkets, and there's 2 videos attached to it in the post section. Please watch them. Please. And it makes just that post, that one post. If you were hovering around, should I get into this foraging malarkey? You know, if you're just thinking about it, watch those 2 videos, you'll be straight on it. Because you sort of pretty much know that, yeah, although there is shit coming down in the rain, but as far as vegetation, edible vegetation is concerned, it's going to be really, really good for you. Benefit your body. Your body will thank you for it. You're a damn sight better off foraging something now than you are buying anything organic from a supermarket. Okay, now. Farmers never stood a chance. And again, what I learned about farmers, and you wouldn't believe how fewer farms we're going to have over the next 18 months. You know, if we could, I know it's like pie in the sky shit. I know it is. I'm a realist. If we could go to these farms and say, look, we can start buying from you directly. If you can maybe just set a field aside and maybe alter your practice in the way that you farm, or rent it out to people like us. But even then, how are you going to, when food becomes so unaffordable, which it's gonna, it's all orchestrated, then people are going to be driving out to places like Lincolnshire, for example. Lincolnshire is really, really, really flat, and they grow a lot of food there. So when I drive from, when I've driven from, say, Long Eaton to Skegness, just to spend a day or maybe a weekend at the seaside, I drive through Lincolnshire. And you drive, you know, sort of like late summer, early autumn, and there's just Brussels sprouts everywhere, cabbages everywhere, there's food everywhere. You could literally just pull over, fill your boot full of veg, carry on your way. So growing your own food on an allotted, hence the name allotment, on an allotted piece of land that a farmer's renting to you, you've then got to protect it. But yeah, you're right, Dave, they're in a mess. Microwave magnetrons have some creative defense uses. Well, Lon, that came straight off the screen and went, I felt it, you know, on the little bristles. I've not shaved my head properly. But please, you know, pass a bit more, send me some information on X, Lana, if you don't mind. Because, you know, politely, I haven't got a fucking clue what you're talking about, you know, but I feel like I should. So help me out, send something on to me. 10cc, yeah, I knew you'd know, Michael. Such a beautiful song. I love 10cc. I've got their greatest hits in there. I've not got all their albums, you know, but I love that. I love that music, that sort of music, you know, proper music. Effort was put into it. Everything sounds the same now, but I'm sure our parents said that, and then their parents said that, but there's a difference. Everything's been done now. We've gone from new genre, to then a subgenre, and then that subgenre splitting off into 2 more genres. It's all been done. So everything sounds the same now. It genuinely does. It's shit. She always said, bugger this, bugger that. Soon as shit came out, then watch out, lol. I think the innocence, Mandy, of that comment. There's a few of us that are looking at that comment in a different way. But I get where you're coming from. You know, it's yeah, it's a generational thing. Farm fresh produce is gold. It is, and we need to start approaching farmers. We need to be driving out there and having a chat with them and saying, look, we know you're being fucked over by the supermarkets. We know that that they're doing a lot of damage to you. You know, we know that you're on the brink. Please don't cave in and go down the Bovea route. Please stop using less pesticides and herbicides, especially herbicides. I mean, you can get people that would do a day's work just for food, right? So getting it in and amongst whatever crop they're growing and pulling the weeds out by hand, right? Some weeds, pull them out, get right down to the root, pull them out, and then lay them on the top. They'll rot away, and then they'll provide nutrients back into the soil again, because it's necessary. The current farming practices, industrial farming, it's bad, so bad. You know, most of the soil on most of the farmland now is just, it's fucked. It's absolutely fucked. Not permanently, but at the moment it is. The soil in your back garden is 10 times more nutrient rich than most farmland now. When we were kids, organic food was a given. It was normal. Hello, Ray. I always say it like that as well when I hurt my throat. Hello, Ray. That's better. That's better. So let's just join feeling desperately about the state of our country. Look, don't worry about it, Ray, because there's not really much you can do about it right now. We need people to hit hell. You know, there's a massive amount of people out there that need a really fucking powerful run up, smack across the fucking face to shock them into reality. And that's coming. Which is why, like I said, I urge everybody to get fit and work on home defense. And be discreet about prepping, because everyone's going to come to you. You know, I'm clearly not that discreet because this is a channel, a public channel, but not many people know where I live. And friends and family, I've said, look, you know what I do, you know why I'm doing it. Take heed. Get prepping. Don't come to me. I'm telling you now, don't come to me, because you were warned well in advance. Everybody needs to build a buffer zone. It's that buffer zone. It's so important because it gives you time to compose yourself and think about where you're going to move to, what you're going to do next. It gives you that time of, you know, we most of us, I assume all of us, are preppers. So generally speaking, we can go to bed at night and feel, you know, we've got a lot more peace of mind. You know, there'll be people that aren't prepping going to bed that have got peace of mind. Well, they're not going to have it for long, because shit's going to get very, very real very, 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 very quickly with these people. Direct energy weapons in mini version. Of course, yes. Yeah, right. Now I get you now, Lana. Yeah, and there are things that we can create that cost next to nothing, that we can use it in defense. of that weaponry. We can. But it still depends on what else they've got on the other side. And whether or not they are the following the orders type of people. But even then, you know, we're looking at wave after wave after wave after wave of angry Brits. You know, there's going to be no stopping us. And it's a shame that it's going to have to come to that. It really is. But if everyone had got their fucking shit together 5 years ago, at least 5 years ago, you know, 4 years, 3 years, 2 years, you know, they should have started to use their fucking heads. But a lot of them haven't. But that's not your problem. But it will become your problem if you, you know, loose lips sink ships. They'll be knocking on your door, knocking on your door, knocking on your door. And the more desperate they become, the more effort they'll put into getting in your fucking house or your flat or your bungalow. Which means that everything that you've done for however long you've been prepping for will have been for nothing, because you'll get overpowered. So anyone that you've been a bit loose-lippy with, I'm sure that applies to a few of you, you know, next time you see them, backtrack. No, I've eaten all my supplies now. I can't afford it. Can't afford to go shopping anymore. So I've ended up eating all of my stuff. It's all gone now. I think I've got a bag of rice, big bag of rice left, but I'm working my way through that now. Something simple like that. You know? Be discreet. Be as discreet as you can. More now than ever. Well, like I said, obviously I'm letting the whole world know that I'm a prepper, but I'm fucking ready for anyone that comes through that door. Anyone. Or any of my windows. You know? I'll know, and they'll fucking know. Like I said, I've done nothing wrong. I have an innate sense of right and wrong. There's no grey areas for me, not really. So if they're here, they're here. They're unwelcomed and uninvited and unjustified. So you're the enemy. I don't give a fuck whether you've got a uniform on or not. Doesn't matter to me. You know, people are people. Doesn't matter. Every job I've ever had, I've never ever kind of like, the boss is here. Ever. I don't think I'm better than anyone else. I think I'm better than some people. And some people think, that's a little bit of an egotistic thing to say. If you've not got an ego. So let me give you an example. I think I am better than Jimmy Savile or Sadiq Khan or our Prime Minister or any of his cabinet or any politician. I am better than them because I give a fuck. They don't. Yeah, the big square block inside the microwave. Yeah, you see, my microwave is fully functional, but it is no longer being used. You know, apart from one of the supplements that I make, I grind up organic eggshells, let them dry out, then I grind them all up, and then I'll give them a little bit of a nuke, just a little bit. 10 seconds, that's it. Because I don't want, you know, because there's a couple of people that I give these supplements out to, and I don't want them getting forgotten what it's called. But yeah, you know, like I had some of those supplements off Terry. He gave me the shits. So I need to make sure that I don't salmonella. So I have to make sure that everything that I'm doing is safe. I plan to have a small neighborhood style farm over the next few years. Potted more strawberry runners and 32 blackcurrant cuttings yesterday. That sounds good, mate. That sounds really, really good. But you've got to have I don't know how accessible all that food's going to be to someone that's hungry, you know, or just someone that's just been observing you, you know. I'm a people watcher. I love watching people. You can learn a lot about society just from watching society. So if people have been watching what you've been doing, growing stuff, you know, growing food, which is quite obvious, then you just need to make sure that you've got a way of defending it and at all costs. Contrary to belief, we still live in a world that's based on survival of the fittest. It's just that the way that the world is structured, especially in Western countries, that sense of competing to survive has gone to some degree. But you plow an entire nation into poverty to the point where it's like £5 for a loaf of bread, £3 for a tin of beans, to the point where you're budgeting your food. But then I'm hoping that a few people or more people start looking into electricity, gas, and water. It's already paid for you. Your straw man has already paid for it. You don't need to pay for it again. I could put. I think I might put something in the post section just to give you a rough idea. But again, it's down to what sort of minerals you've got. You know, if you've got the balls and the guts and the determination, you can have gas, electric, and water for free. You know, I'm spending, I think it's about 300 quid a month on gas, electric, and water. 300 quid a month. Ask friends and family ask friends and family is they have a plot, or if they have a plot you can plant on. Go 50-50. My mum and brother have given me a plot to plant on. That's brilliant. That's a great idea. But one of the problems we've got is that, say, my neighbour, for example, across the way, there was a bit of a garden there before they moved in. They came in. It's like, oh, it's too hard. It's too hard pruning. It's too hard pulling dog shit out of grass. Let's slab the fucking lot. And I am quite fortunate that I've got a river at the bottom of the road. I've got a canal at the bottom of the road. I found a spot where I can guerrilla garden, and I can get away with it. I just need to make sure that I'm careful about what I plant there. It needs to look like just something random, you know. unusual foods that most people wouldn't look twice at. They wouldn't think, oh, I love Jerusalem artichoke, you know, and various other plants that I can grow up there. So I can extend my garden elsewhere. And I've also got an almost unlimited supply of firewood. But I do think, you know, if you can split a bit of land between 3 people, 4 people, 5 people, but the more people you add, there's more dynamics going on. Like, you nicked some of my rhubarb. No, I didn't. You know, you end up falling out. You've got to be really, really careful about who you go into a little enterprise like that with. I think it's slightly different with family because you've known them all your life. But other people that you think are on your page might not be. So just things to take into account. Salmonella, yeah. I did say salmonella. It got to me in the end. This is how far behind I get. So I do apologise. Fabulous. Oh, that's going to do my head in. Nice to meet you anyway. Thanks for joining us. Much love. Fabulously us. Right. And I go on about people, you know, and there's me. It is on my list to learn to read and write. Fabulously us. That's very inclusive. I like that. It's lovely. And I mean, inclusive, you know, that's a swear word now, but I mean it in a nice way. Yes, I was saying this to my neighbour. People are only as polite when they have what they need, but when they don't, it's a totally different story. Yeah, the animalistic side comes out of them. So you imagine an entire country being like that, you know? So I would say that there's probably one prepper in every 100 houses. One. And even then, there's a sliding scale of what a prepper is. So it's like, I'm a prepper because I've got 3 weeks worth of food. Oh, have you? 3 weeks, you say? Impressive. That's really impressive. Anyway, got to go. So we do stand the chance of being magnets. Hence the importance of being so discreet. This isn't straight and it's doing my head in. And because everything's the other way around, fuck it. It doesn't matter, does it? But yeah, you're right. Absolutely right there. Fabulously is. Thistle roots are a great food. Yeah, they are. And dandelion roots. In fact, do a deep dive in into dandelion roots. Wow. Not just the roots, the whole plant. So I think I've known, before I even started prepping, I knew dandelions were edible, you know, and I knew the whole plant was edible. Because I've met people over time that liked dandelion coffee because it does taste, you know, a lot like coffee, like real coffee. You can tell it's not, but it's not far off. But you haven't got the diuretic effect as much. It's still there because dandelion is a diuretic, but a healthy one, right? So I knew that grinding up dandelion roots is really, really, really good for you. But I had no idea just how good, how many applications dandelion roots have. I haven't pulled a single dandelion up unless I'm going to eat it. You know, I love the leaves on salads. I've not eaten any flowers because, you know, if I get desperate, I will. But I'm not desperate at the moment, So I'm not shoving those flowers in my mouth. But the roots, I've not done anything with dandelion roots yet either, you know, but I will do. At the moment, I think what I'm doing is I'm spending more time in getting to learn and getting to know more about what is edible and what's not edible. And then when you start looking at the practices that these big supermarkets are doing, right, and how they're fucking you over and deceiving you and fucking the farmers over and deceiving them, you know, it gets you to the point where you're thinking, I'll never shop there again. I'll never shop at Tesco's again. And Tesco's is the biggest and most powerful supermarket chain in the UK. It is. You wouldn't believe the profit margins. But again, these profit margins are based on aggressively fucking over good people, you know, farmers and just producers of all sorts. At the time, they would have thought, yes, we've got a contract with Tesco's. Everything that we grow now, we can just sell to one place. How great is that? Once you're tied into a contract with them, that's it. They fucking destroy you. There are so many farms that are going to cave in over the next 18 months. It's ridiculous and frightening. Learn to forage, please. You won't regret it. And that connection with nature and getting out as well. It's a win-win, win-win-win. What was Tesco's profit margin in the year ending 2024? So 2.67. So 2,670,000,000. That's profit. So they've taken care of the heating and the lighting and the building and the staff and the delivery trucks, all of that. That's all been taken care of. And that is their profit margin, pure profit. You don't get a profit like that without fucking people over, and that's exactly what they're doing. And the vast majority of the people they're fucking over are you, the customer. Utterly ruthless. Please look in the post section and watch those 2 videos if you don't mind. It's very eye-opening. Especially when they have kids to feed. Yeah. So it'll start off with excessive shoplifting. That's what it'll start off as. You know, so they'll instinctively just go and steal food from supermarkets, and then you've got the staff at the supermarkets that have been instructed not to stop anyone from stealing. So it's going to be easy to do. And I'm not saying that you should ever do anything like that. You know? Just saying. Payback. Just saying. But when it gets to the point where we've got a national crisis, we've already got one. It's just because it's not all over the news, we haven't got a crisis. You know, to a lot of the fuckwits out there, it's got to be on the news before it's real. So when it gets to the point where people are starting to steal left, right, and centre just to put food on the table, especially if they've got kids to feed, they're just going to go out there and take it. And then when people start to see that becoming more and more prolific, more and more people are going to do it. It's a little bit like when you go on a nice, beautiful, scenic walk, right? Pristine, a beautiful stretch of river that you can imagine there are native species of crayfish in there because it's so pristine. And then you've got the rolling hills, and then you've got all of the trees and the bushes and the bird song, and it's absolutely immaculate from a natural standpoint, right? If you get a protein bar out or something like that, you know, to have a bit of a snack on your hike, you know, by the way, I don't walk like that when I'm hiking. I walk like this. You'll be more inclined, after you've eaten that, more inclined to put it back in your pocket or in your rucksack. Same as a disposable water container or disposable whatever, energy drink or whatever it is. You know, I don't drink any of that shit. You'll be more inclined, once you've finished it, more inclined to put the lid back on, put it back in your rucksack. If you go somewhere where it's just a shit tip, which is pretty much anywhere that's multicultural, right? You don't think twice about flicking your fag on the floor. I would, because I've got a really big fucking issue with littering bastards. They get on my tits. And when I see it, I point it out to them. Oi, there's a bin there. And I won't leave them alone. I won't leave them alone. I don't give a fuck who they are. Especially when it's my neighbourhood. So people, generally, your average Joe, wouldn't think twice about just throwing litter on the floor if the place is a shit tip anyway. Because you're thinking, oh, not going to make any difference, is it? You know? You go somewhere that's pristine, you're more likely to put it back in your pocket or put it in the back of your bag. Take it home, take your rubbish home. Same thing. So if you see everyone, if you go into a supermarket and that's how it'll start, it'll be shoplifter. 2 minutes later, shoplifter. 5 minutes later, another one. You know? That's how it'll start. And then it'll just snowball. And you do not want to get caught up in that snowball, which is why we prepare. Dandelion stems have a white milk inside and can be used for warts, etc. My God, I actually didn't know that, right? Does it work on all warts? I'll have a look into it. Oh, man. Hello, Drew Free Range. Good to see you, my friend. I'm an Aussie, and where I am, there's a good real farmers market. I love that. I love that, man. Are you actually in Australia now, Drew? Thank you for joining us, mate. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, it should be like that everywhere. It should. And once upon a time it was. It's these fucking supermarkets. They've all got to go. But, and then people turn around and say, I know, but I can't afford to shop anywhere else. And I get that. But if you knew what you were eating, you might consider it. Again, learn to forage. Build up your memory bank of identifiable plants to the point where I know exactly what that is. I know exactly what that is, and that is. To the point where you can go home with 2 carrier bags full of pure organic food for free. You go to a supermarket, you've got absolutely no idea what's being. I don't know if you knew about this, Drew, but they were liquefying bodies and spraying that as slurry onto fields, you know, including organic food. So you've got absolutely no idea what you're putting in your fucking mouth. Whereas you go out and learn to forage, the worst case scenario, right? A dog's pissed up on it. So what? You're not going to die from dog piss. And if someone said, right, you've got to eat this, or you've got to eat this, right? Or we're going to kill your family. This one's got dog piss on it. This one's got liquefied dead humans on it. Pick. I'll take the dog piss soaked one if you don't mind. Thank you very much. It's a no-brainer. Learn to forage. Please learn to forage. And all you need to do, and I know I've shown this book 1,000 times, just buy this one small book, this little book here for beginners, just to get you going. It fits in your pocket, you know, it's cheap. You get about 3, 4, maybe 5 quid tops delivered to your door. And you just go out and have a look around. And on top of the fact that so not only are you getting organic food for free, you're learning about nature and you're in direct contact with nature, which is really good for your mental health. And the way that the world is at the moment, everyone's mental health isn't tip top. You know, we're all finding it challenging, some more than others, but we're all finding it challenging. You get out into nature, a natural antidepressant. You do a little bit of foraging, you come home, and you feel good. You know, it's like, look at this. Look at that. You know? And then try and figure out how you can make a dish out of it. I mean, nettles, they're fucking everywhere. Nettles is a superfood. A superfood. And it's got different properties at different times of the year. So you do need to learn a bit about nettles, you know, because a certain time of the year, well, around this time of year, actually, you end up, there's like a crystallization that goes on, which can irritate the gut, you know, not good. But the seeds, again, you can collect the seeds. You know, there are omega fatty acids in the seeds. It's just so good for you. It's way better for you than spinach, kale, or anything like that. Pisses all over them. Nettles. Stinging nettles and dead nettles, but stinging nettles are slightly better, but a bit more of a bastard to harvest. And Drew, were you not expecting me to go, oh, good day, mate. Throw another fucking shrimp on the barbie. Ordinarily, I think I would have done that, but I don't want to be. I don't want to stereotype Mio China. Is there any dishonor stealing whilst living in a country run by thieves? That's a very, very interesting statement, not comment or question. It's just that, yeah, fuck them. I just didn't want to turn around on a public live stream and say, look, everyone else is nicking. Why don't you do it? I didn't want to say that. Sometimes we have to read between the lines, you know? But, you know, over 2.5 billion in the UK alone in pure profit, whilst they're selling you fuck knows what from fuck knows where with fuck knows what in it or on it. So fuck them. Best way: organic, whole foods, raw honey, farm shops and markets, and speak with the producers. That's what we need to start doing. But one of the problems we've got, Lana, is that at the moment, unfortunately, farm shops don't exist in most cities, and not all of them are genuine. And the ones that are genuine, proper, organic farm shops, most people can't afford the prices. They're just so expensive. There was one I used to go to all the time. I loved it. I used to love going in there. And closed it down. It's a gym now. The irony. Whereabouts in Australia are you, Drew? Soylent Green Styly. I'd say Styly because I'm old school, Lana. But yeah, since I watched Soylent Green, I learned about it, I heard about it, and then I watched it. And that's made me look at so many different places in a different way, especially McDonald's. You know, because if you do the maths of how much beef McDonald's goes through to how many actual cows exist, it doesn't add up. So what the fuck is it? These are all questions that people need to be asking themselves. I'll never go to McDonald's again. You know, earlier on, I did a little bit of shopping, and I had to flog a sovereign. I've got things to sort out. So I'm eating up into my my security, you know. Anyway, whilst I was down there, there was a burger van, and every now and then I'll have a burger from there because they do really nice burgers. The Subway was open, McDonald's was open, KFC was open, Greg's was open, and I was really hungry. Right, I had to get something down me really, really quick before I started the live stream because I've not eaten today. It's been busy, right? So I had these other 4 outlets where I could have gone and gotten something that would have been really tasty and would have satisfied my hunger. But I ended up just going home hungry because the burger van was just shutting down. So I had these 4 options, and I won't go to any of them ever again, ever. I mean, you should look in, if you've not already, look into what the chickens are that they get their chicken from at KFC and McDonald's. And then look into the fact that there was a study done on a tuna Subway. Someone took it away, tested the tuna. There was no tuna DNA in that tuna. So what the fuck was it? And then you've got the Soylent Green concern about Maccadees and what that meat actually is. And then think about the fact that when everywhere was closed down, all the gyms were closed down, churches were closed down. Anywhere that was good for us, closed down, locked down, right? Most of us never locked down. No one's taking my fucking freedom away. But all these places were still open. You could still go and buy shit food, nasty, horrible food. That's all chemicals, you know. And there's loads of videos out there of people bringing a McDonald's home, leaving it in a cupboard for 2-3 weeks, bringing it out, getting the burger, unwrapping it, still in the same pristine condition that it was when they first bought it. Even black mold won't attack your fucking Big Mac. And that rhymes. You just go for a slash. I've still got this little banner going across the top of the screen here saying more than one ingestion is using the primary URL. Send one stream to the primary ingestion URL and one stream to. It makes no sense to me. I'm hoping that I'm coming across. I'm not jerking around too much, and you can still hear me okay. Good day, mate. Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely. In fact, Australia is to blame for the Americans and some English people going and the kind of like the end of the sentence goes up. You started that, so thanks a lot. Cheers, Drew. And now I'm picturing Drew on a kangaroo, because then that would be a Drew-roo. Best book I have on UK specific foraging is Foraging Pocket Guide. Food for all seasons from Britain's woods, meadows and riversides by Marlowe Renton. Is it better than that one, Lana? Can you know why she's just doing what you think, because I know you can multitask. Can you send me a link to that as well, if you don't mind? I'd really appreciate that, Lana. And for when the foragers calendar, a seasonal guide to nature's wild harvests. Honestly, I can't. I know that some people might kind of get a bit irritated by me being so repetitive by saying, please learn to forage. If you're not doing it already, then you're not seeing what's coming. You've got to have some sort of backup plan. Plus, everyone needs to have some skills. Everybody, otherwise you're not going to be able to form part of a group or a tribe or whatever, a mag. You're not going to be able to do that. Not really, if you've not got any skills. If all you've got to offer is the food that you've got, when that runs out, what have you got? Fuck all. So learn to forage. Learn, build up your memory bank of as many different types of food as you can possibly imagine. Right? What it's good for. I mean, learn how to make tinctures and elixirs. I'm making a start on a new elixir: garlic, raw honey, and fresh ginger. Look that up. Very, very impressive. And then I've got a massive range of supplements as well. But eventually, a lot of those are going to run out. So I'm going to need to come up with new ideas on making supplements that I can make and get seasonally from where I live. And then you can pass that knowledge on, share that knowledge. That's going to make you so valuable when no one knows fuck all about foraging and you do, and everyone's running low and all they've got is rice and pasta and beans, and it's not really kind of, it's not covering all bases. You can step in there. So you'll be doing yourself a favour and your little tribe a favour. Just saying. I know this sounds ridiculous now, but it won't. I'm telling you. Woolworths Australia. You got a Woolworths in Australia? I wonder what happened to ours. You fucking nicked it. Our biggest supermarket had a profit of 1.38 billion in 2025 financial year. I mean, that's just mental. Because people hear a billion here and a billion there and 2 billion here and a billion there, and then every now and then a trillion this and trillion that. It ends up getting people to start thinking that these massive, vast amount of money, they're just words to a lot of people. They become just words, when in actual fact, the unbelievable amounts of money, unbelievable. amounts of money that we struggle to fathom. There was someone did a calculation of how thick a $10 bill is, and if you stacked $10 bills to make a trillion, I can't remember how far it was now, but fucking hell. And then you've got these banker families like the Rothschilds, and they've got an estimated net worth of 50 trillion. Yeah, you hear nothing about them, which is part of the secret to their success, because they don't let anything out. Nobody gets to know anything about them. Might catch the occasional photograph of one of them knocking about. That's about it. Nobody would ever need anything like that. In fact, we don't even need billionaires. We don't need billionaires. Nobody needs to be a billionaire. You know, we could get so many things fixed in this world. Ah, man. But anyway. Photos are very clever in it, and loads of them. Right, yeah. I do like pictures, Lana. I like stuff that's really, really easy to follow. Again, this is one of the reasons why I've obviously, just like anyone else, I've got my favourite books. But this one is just so brilliant. It's so brilliant because it's just so easy to follow. It's a month by month thing. And it just tells you what to grow when and how to grow it. And it gives you every single bit of information you need to know about everything. And it's not expensive. And it's a significantly big book. And it just talks you through the whole year. So I haven't put my giant distiller together yet. I made a start on it earlier on, but I was just wrapping presents and doing cards and just try and get all that out of the way. A few years back, a mate of mine had a kebab. It was hairy. That's what I mean. We don't know, do we? So and there was a story. I mean, I don't really know how true this is, because Chinese whispers are Chinese whispers. You know, with Chinese whispers, you start off with wah, 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 wah. By the time you get to the other end, it's like wah, but whispering it. I shouldn't be laughing because I now need to go on to what I was going to say, which is not funny at all. So these disgusting, despicable, backwards, low IQ, family fucking rats that have been grooming our kids in this country. There was a story of a girl that ended up as kebab meat. This is how sick and fucked up. If it's true, it wouldn't surprise me how sick and fucked up these people are. Backwards. They don't belong here. They don't belong anywhere. So you just don't know. I mean, kebab meat anyway. I mean, look at it for fuck's sake. Come on. It doesn't resemble anything. Yet there they are. I worked in a chip shop for a while. I used to cut that down, as it was rotating and cooking with an electric knife, just and then sticking it into a pit of bread. There you go, mate. I used to look at it thinking, what the fuck is this? What is it? I know there's mutton in there, which is old sheep that have died from old age or fuck knows what else. And then it just gets all minced up, you know, lips, arseholes, eyeballs, you know, bit of tongue, eyelid, and then chuck a load of flavours in there. Bosh, you've got a doner kebab. Enjoy. You want chili sauce? Hey up, Maria. You all right, sweetheart? Thanks for joining us. It's good to see you. It really is. It's good to see you. It always is. I don't know what these are links to, Lana. Oh, those are my top 3. Right, if you can, because I can't access them without fucking everything up. If you can send them on to me, lass, I'd really appreciate it. Because we can only, honestly, books. The internet goes down, you've still got access to all of that knowledge, all of it, you know. And the more you learn, and the more you learn from these books and actually going out and practicing stuff like foraging, right? That knowledge is in there. It goes everywhere with you. They can come around, take all your books, burn all your books, you know. They can't steal it out of your head. It'll make you so valuable, you know. Knowledge equals value to a degree. The big hardback allotment month by month book, Terry just showed, is normally $17.99. I didn't pay that. Black Friday deal right now for only £7.38. Oh, guys, honestly, if you haven't got this book and you're planning on, you know, you've got a little bit of, you know, somewhere to grow something, or you've got somewhere in mind where you could go and grow something, you know, guerrilla gardening, stealth gardening, somewhere else. If you've got somewhere in mind where you can start growing stuff safely, this book is brilliant. It's brilliant. You know, I've got so many books, but this is right up there. So $7.38 is, I think that's more or less around what I paid for this. I think I got lucky, actually, you know. But it just goes to show, 18 quid normally. But that'll be the best 7-8 quid you've ever spent if you're planning on growing stuff. It's very, very easy, step by step. You know, even the dumbest fuck on planet could get their head around that. You know, a 5-year-old can read that and think, I want to start growing shit. I will have a look later. I have been researching English constitutional law. I say, Maria Spoon. Very, very interesting. You're on a journey there, lass, and keep it up. Keep it up. Try and figure out where the Constitution is, because again, I was just saying before you came on at the start of the live stream that the free man of the land thing, it's not working. It's not working. So you've got 2 other options really, and that's by law under God, or the legal system and using the legal system against them, using their own weapons against them. That's literally your only 2 choices so far. But I'm on a mission. Here is the link. Click on that link, guys, if you want to get into you're going to regret. I genuinely believe that you're going to regret not learning to grow food or forage or both. You're going to regret it. It'll give you an edge. You see, I could go next door. All right, Kev. All right, Terry. Do you know what the best time of year to harvest nettles is? And I just get that fluoride stare. I know I would. Even worse from her, I think. So these are just things that everybody should be taking into account. The whole point of prepping is just an abbreviation of preparing. That's it. Preparedness. So many people aren't prepared. And again, it gets me so fucking angry. It really does. It's just common sense, Pete. And this is we're in a common sense drought. There's so little of it around. Ah, man. And again, it frustrates me, and it just makes me more and more. I'm getting more pissed off more often, and I need to. It's not when you start to notice that, when you start to pick up on that, and the way and changes that you feel in yourself. Being aware of it is half the battle, because then you can do something about it to try and minimize it. But it is becoming more and more of a challenge for me, because people are just irritating me. And I go into other people's channels, and I go into the comments section, and all I see is people moaning and moaning and moaning and moaning and moaning. We need to get rid of this government. We need to get rid of the Puma trackers. We need to do this. We need to do that. And I'm like, what's your plan then? What's your plan then? What's your plan then? What's your plan then? At least I've gotten out into my community and started letting my face be known, letting my personality come through a little bit, so that they don't feel uncomfortable, and they'll recognize me again, because I will be making a return journey. Again, I don't want to kind of put too much emphasis on all of this, because it's something I don't really want to talk too much about. But I'm putting the fucking effort in. I'm walking the walk, and I'm walking the talk, whilst everyone else is just moaning about it. Be the change you want to see. You've got to put the effort in, or you'll go down with the ship. Thank you, Lana. Much appreciated. A friend of mine used to make them, but he wouldn't tell me what was in them. I didn't eat them after that. Oh, I've lost what that was. I do apologise, Maria. Oh, it's Lady Geek. Hey, Lady Geek. I like your Betty Boop thing going on. Betty Boop. So doing the do. How much of a geek are you? And what are you a geek in? Either way, lovely of you to have joined us. Much appreciated. If you could just hold on for 60 seconds. I'm just going to get a top up. I'll be right back. Are you a geek in computer science, Lady Geek? See, I'm quite fussy about channels that I follow. So I can take longer than 60 seconds now, because I'm still communicating with you. There's not a lot of channels that I've got a lot of respect for, but there's some that I've got a lot of. And the Trends Journal is one of them. Excelente. With that Italian passion. Trends Journal. Please go over there if you want to try and stay on top of the state of economies across the world, especially the West. He's gotten so many things right. He's like a modern day seer when it comes to finances and economic structures, which is important. It sounds boring, but it's important. You need to know that your that pound coin in your pocket is now worth about 5 pence. You need to know this. Gerald Celente, his name is, and he said that the meek won't inherit the earth, the geeks will inherit the earth. Whether that's true or not is another question, but we did go through a dot-com bust. I don't know if anyone remembers that, because most people aren't fucking paying attention. But it was bad. It was very, very, very bad. And what's coming is 30, 40 times way, way, way worse than that. Way worse. Because prior to COVID, there was office buildings and, you know, buildings specifically for businesses, where you'd have these very unhealthy little cube bays where you've got a computer and a monitor that's flashing at you like a strobe, but you don't realize it because your frame rate of your eyes isn't picking it up. So you've got the strobe coming from the screen, and then you've got these overhead artificial lights all day. And during the winter, you go to work when it's dark, you sit in this artificial light system, right, in front of a screen for 8, 9, 10 hours a day. By the time you've left the building, it's dark again. You're not getting any sunlight, you know. Now, when COVID happened, it was like, right, I can work from home. Can you work from home? Anyone that could work from home was working from home, or furloughed. So that's never gone back to normal again. So all of these buildings that a lot of people are still paying mortgages on and still paying for the rent or whatever, because they would rent that building space out and then rent it on again. None of that, hardly any of that's returned back to normal. So that's a massive chunk of the financial market. And then you've got AI, which is massively, massively overvalued. So you combine those two things together, that's a hell of a lot of money, you know, trillions. So what happened in 2008, day in Disneyland, the Great Depression of America in the 20s, day in Disneyland. This is why you need to create a buffer zone and be discreet. Yep, defo heavy going research. Yeah, well, yeah, but it's worth it. Hello, Jenny. You all right? That's a very unusual emoji there. I don't remember you looking like that. It's a different lurk. You've become a different lurker. I hope you're all right, Jenny. Good to see you, sweetheart. All the English Constitution, English, Welsh, Irish, Scottish, common law. Yeah, let me know how you get on. with that, Maria, because again, the free man and free woman of the land thing doesn't seem to be working very well. People are ending up going into court thinking that they're armed with all of the original law and thinking that they can smash it, and it just doesn't work out that way. Right. This is coming off. Yeah, I look like I've got like a demi-wave. Yes, ladies, I know what a demi-wave is. I'm in touch with my feminine side. Yeah, it doesn't look great, but it'll do. It's not a beauty pageant, thank fuck. Kebabs. What are they? The meek shall inherit the earth. Those who have weapons but don't use them. But the geeks will inherit the earth. Honestly, I highly recommend that you check out the Trends Journal, because it really, really is. You know, he's a genuine, sincere guy with a good heart, and it's pure Italian passion. He starts off with his videos. He starts off, "Hi, it's Gerald Talenti, and it's Thursday." You know, big smile. You know, big happy Italian smile. You know, but he gets into it and he starts getting so passionate. He's like, "Fucking this, or fucking that," you know. So he goes from all smiling and happy to like fucking losing it, but not losing it. He's worth listening to. He really is. It's a good channel. Trends Journal. Please consider going over there and giving some love, because there aren't that many channels really. This is quite therapeutic. I can't do it when it's all banded up. And there was, when I used to go to MMA, there was a girl there that she was practicing for her black belt, and she said that she was, you know, every time she felt a bit stressed, I was always doing this in between training. I'd be doing this, just habit. And she said it used to make her feel really, really chilled out. So I'm not doing that. I'm not doing this for you, but if you benefit from it, you benefit from it, which is good, you know. But yeah, you know, going back to books, just get as many books as you can, but try and go for books that people are recommending to you. You know, this is word of mouth shit. You see, there was another book that I bought that I did recommend it to someone, but I wouldn't recommend it now, because I think it's shit, really, because of what you need to, you know, if it was how to make your own soap from a dead fucking animal, that'd be useful. How to make your own soap from plants, that'd be useful. There's none of that in here. So that is good. I've put that down there now, knowing that I've got room for another good book, right? And Lana's just come up with a few. So that I'll be using that to make fire, you know, because it's just shit. It's useless. From a prepping standpoint, it's no good. It's no good to me. I know that you can make detergent out of common ivy, and common ivy is a very fast growing plant, and it grows everywhere. You know, it chokes up trees and chokes up bushes. It just sees everything as a climbing frame to get to the top. You know, a little bit like British politicians. So you can make washing detergent from common ivy, you know, English ivy. I've not tried it yet, and I've got shitloads of it in my garden. But because I've got it in books on how to make it and videos stored on a hard drive, it's there ready for when I run out of DAS. You see, and that's another thing. People think, oh, my eczema's come back. I haven't had it since I was a kid. Ooh. Have you not considered the fact that maybe they've put something extra in your soap powder, you know. Killing me softly. That's what they're doing. They're killing you softly. Again, you know, why everyone's not looking up and thinking, why are these condensation trails not disappearing? You know? Yeah, we're looking at this. Most of us spend a lot of time looking at the skies thinking, for fuck's sake, give us a day off. But then there's been quite a few videos on X, yeah, with the government shutdown over there. Again, this is a little tester with the what's it called? Snap program, you know, with the food voucher thing. But there are like some proper high-end stores that accept Snap, so you can literally buy caviar, good quality caviar, with food stamps. You know, the system across the West is so fucked up. It's so fucked up. And then when you start to again, I did put another post out about calling bullshit on any mum or dad that says, I can only afford to give my kids noodles, ramen noodles. That's all I can afford. I can't afford to give them anything else. I called bullshit on that, and posted a video that someone had put out for a week's shopping for a tenner. Was it a week? Well, I can't remember now, but it was still pretty impressive. But then I saw one 5 years ago. I might upload that one. There's one from 5 years ago where a guy went out and he managed to find a breakfast, a lunch, and a dinner for £1. That's impossible now. But it wouldn't be entirely impossible if you learn how to forage. Listen 3 times, read 3 times, and it sinks in eventually. I like that. I'm quite impatient, Marie. Yeah, I like to just get stuck in, crack on, and think that I know what I'm talking about and think I know what I'm doing. But it does take practice, and it does take a bit of studying. You're absolutely spot on. With the softener, a great docu to watch on it is called The Dimming. Yeah, I've seen that. I think most of us have seen that, but if anyone hasn't seen The Dimming by Dane Whittington, Dane Whittington really knows this shit. I think personally, I think he's at the top of his game as far as people that are gutsy enough to speak out against the narrative. So I don't think there's anyone out there that's shouting and screaming as loud as he is with the amount of knowledge that he's got in that field than him. Dane Whittington, and he's on all the platforms. I don't think it doesn't get pushed very much on YouTube, but then it's CommieTube. It's not YouTube, it's CommieTube, you know? Fuck you, CommieTube. I can't wait to see, again, this could get the channel shut down, but I can't wait to see the headquarters of YouTube and Google just leveled. absolutely leveled. And then we'll keep an eye on you, see if you pop up anywhere else. And we'll be like fucking whack-a-mole. We'll fuck you up. We will fuck you up and fuck you up and fuck you up. The damage that you've done with your propaganda and your bullshit and your lies, you know. Disgusting. Yeah, anyway, Dane Whittington created the documentary called The Dimming, and it goes into great detail about chemtrails, what's in them. A lot of time has elapsed since that documentary. They've added extra stuff to what they're spraying with. So it's just something everyone needs to keep an eye on. Look, fly spray, fly, same thing. So whatever affects you directly, you should be paying attention to. And if it's affecting you, it's affecting everyone that you love. So whether they think you're some sort of lunatic, tinfoil, hat-wearing, absolute fucking nut job, it's irrelevant, because eventually they're going to turn around one day and go, you know, you were right. You made sense. What you said was true. And I'm sorry for calling you a lunatic. They will. Not everyone, but the majority of them will. I used to get a bad rash on my stomach until I stopped using washing detergent and shower gels. Yeah, there's so much crap in there. And, you know, deodorants, right? You wouldn't believe what's going on underneath your armpits. Your armpits, you know, if you exercise and eat well, you won't stink of BO. The reason a lot of people stink of really, really strong BO is because they're not looking after themselves properly. Now, I very rarely use deodorant, and even when I do, I never spray it directly onto my armpits, because you really, really, really should be looking into that. I mean, for starters, you've got two significant oh, fucking hell. Right. Lana, help me out, or anyone else help me out. Lymph nodes. Right. So you've got a very, very, very significant lymph node point, if you like. Your lymph nodes go all around your body, right? They pick up the crap, all of the shit, and then it expels from your body, right? It's one of your body's ways of just excreting crap. But it also helps to pass nutrients around your body as well, right? So should look after your lymph nodes. And I hope this doesn't freak the girls out. I don't even know why I need to demonstrate it, but I'm going to, right? Do that 2 minutes, 3-4 times a day. 2 minutes. Just jump up and down without letting your heels touch the ground, right? That helps your lymphatic system massively. Look it up. Feel free. Really, really, really important exercise. And it's something you don't need any equipment for. You don't need anything. You know, you don't need a trampoline. All you need is your own feet, just bouncing up and down, 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 over and over again, right? For 2 minutes at a time. So not only is it a really good form of exercise, I'm sorry, I'm to just readjust this. I could just move my chair around, you know. The lymphatic system is extremely important. Now, I'm minus one lymph node because it became cancerous. Hence my, you know. Do you want to see my scar? I've ever shown you my scar. Goes from there to there. And then I've got a drain. There's a drain scar there. I haven't got a six-pack, but not far off. Not bad for a 53-year-old. So look after your lymphatic system, because they had to cut me in half to get that fucking lymph node out. You know? Where were we? Yeah, so going back to shower gels and deodorants, especially deodorants. So if you're healthy, you won't smell it. You won't have that strong BO smell, right? And on top of that, just like any other animal, right? And I know some people are, well, we're not animals. We are still animals, right? So a dog's sense of smell is between 10 and 100,000 times more acute than ours, right? Because they haven't got any clutter, you know. Every other animal's got nowhere near the amount of clutter that we've got, and we shouldn't have the amount of clutter we've got. But every other animal can sense pheromones, and we have that ability to do that as well. You can learn a lot about another person through their pheromones. And deodorants, I think that was one of the that could be one of the reasons why they were invented, is because they not only mask the pheromone or pheromones, they destroy your ability to produce them. So there are so many different layers on how we can form a bigger picture of someone, especially a suitor. You know, I told you I'm old-fashioned, I'm traditional. You know, I'm old school. I like the suitor thing. You know, the courting thing. I'm old-fashioned like that. But these are all things that work. They're all tried and tested. So having having your own unique natural scent is a good thing. It's just we've been conditioned to think that if you don't smell like perfume or aftershave or Lynx deodorant, then you're a dirty chatty fucker. When in actual fact, all you're doing is just reverting back to nature and giving your body a chance to fucking breathe. It's such a shame. People are poisoning themselves every single day. Every time you get a shower gel, and then you unless you get something natural, you know. I mean, at the caravan, just going off topic, sort of, but then coming back on, right? At the caravan, I've got I use washing up liquid that's completely natural washing up liquid. So as I empty the washing up, when I've washed up all the dirty water and stuff, goes down the drain, it goes out the caravan and then just goes straight down onto the top of the river bank, and then down eventually probably down into the river, where it's all organic. So it's not affecting the river at all. So you should treat your body the same. Well, yeah, anyway, Jordan, yeah, just sometimes we have to learn the hard way. Also see Frankenskies. Yeah, I've heard of that. I've not watched it. I think it's been one of those things where I thought I need to build myself up for that. I think cause it's just going to put me on a downer. But whenever you watch something whenever you hear something or see something that's just at the time, you feel this is not good for me. This is not me. Off the back of that, it'll build your strength up. It'll build your tolerance level up, because ignorance is temporary bliss. And yeah, so many people, there are so many people out there that are la 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 la. They don't want to hear it because it's too much for them. I've said 1,000 times that the truth is usually uncomfortable, you know. But the more you learn about the reality of life and how fucked up it is, or can be, never forget there are beautiful elements to it. But the more you learn, and the more you end up feeling low and down and hit by it, when you come through the other end, you know so much more about reality, and you've built yourself up a little bit. You've strengthened yourself. Look, if you take a house plant, say a yucca plant that's only ever been indoors, you take that outside during the summer so it doesn't die, because yucca plants can't cope with frost, right, or excessive, and you get a really, really windy day, that very thick, sturdy stem that yucca plant's got will just snap, right? Whereas you take one out into a country where it's evolved, you know, where its natural habitat is a bit warmer, and it's planted in your garden, and you get a really, really strong wind, it'll take it, it'll bend right over and then just bounce back up again because it's used to it, right? The same applies to your mind. You've got to take some shit. You've got to realize some really rough, really, really tough shit in order to make yourself stronger, to galvanize your mind. Otherwise, you're going to be a snowflake. And the direction that the human race is going in at the moment, a snowflake in hell, your last seconds. Learn to bend in a storm. You'll come through the other side. I didn't twig the one eye reference in the emoji, big T. I think I'll stick with the cat lurking one. Actually, I quite like that one, Jenny. I like them all. Any lurking emoji has got a thumbs up from me. Get your pen and paper out. Is that a metaphor, Maria? Are you being dirty? Eh? Right. Hold on then. Does anyone remember Alex Jones talking about gay frogs? Well, apparently that's happening with chickens. Gay chickens. They've gone from cock-a-doodle-doo to any cockle-doo. That was a joke. You don't need to research that. That was a joke. Just to lighten the mood. Lots of aluminium. Why did I find that so challenging? Yes, there is. There is a lot of aluminium and a lot of other nasty, horrible chemicals as well. It's so bad for you. Look, I like to smell nice, right? I always smell nice, but it's always on my clothes, not my skin, right? I know that I'm still breathing it in, which is why I don't get excessive with it. But I never, ever spray deodorant directly into my armpits, ever. Because I know what it does. You know? It's not good. It's not good. And the more we learn about this, the better. And then sharing this information on with others. And then others sharing it on with others. We've got to get our way back. We've got to get our way back. We really do. We really, really, really do. Excuse me. Graham Moore, constitutional paralawful self-taught. Fuck me. That's a bit easier. Because when I write, I like to take my time when I'm writing, you know, and that would take me a long time. And I don't really want to, I want to try and stay connected with you guys without writing stuff down. But I do think that there is a little bit of an issue going on with the common man and woman of the land. You know, I think all I'm saying, Maria, is maybe just double, triple check that you're going down the right avenue so that you're not wasting your own time. And because I have got a handbook, I've got a common law handbook, but now I know what I know. I don't think that that's any use to me. We need to use their own weapons against them, the same as we have with the internet, for example. So they've used the internet as a data harvesting system so that they can profile you, and you. Put you into some sort of category of risk. And so much more information, you know, knowing what you like, what you don't like, what adverts to throw at you in your age group, things that you've mentioned in conversations, targeted adverts. So they've got loads and loads and loads of technological weapons that they are using against us. And a law system, a legal system based on maritime law, when we're not even at sea, against us. So it makes more sense to use their own laws, their own legal system as weapons against them, because they've created the current legal system to help protect them and their assets whilst oppressing us. That's the method in the madness. So learn their ways, and then use their own weapons against them, whether that's technology or otherwise. Is Michael still here? He's still there, Michael? Not everyone has to know everything that is happening. Too many cooks. I thought you said, I had to look there twice there. I didn't realise. I got one of the areas mixed up. I thought it was a C. Too many cooks spoil the broth. Yeah, I agree. Atrazine in the water, turning the frogs gay. Have you not noticed that we've gone from having an Alex Jones that was kind of, look, this is what's happening. You need to pay attention. Very growly, He seems to have gone over to the dark side now. So there is this is going back a couple of years now when Elon took over Twitter, and Alex Jones was there, and there was probably about 6 or 7 people involved in this X live stream thing going on, right? And Alex Jones was just so, thank you so much, Elon, for giving me my channel back. Something like that, there weren't any subtitles for him. And I was just thinking, pull your fucking tongue out of that man's arsehole. You're Alex Jones. But they ended up finding him so much money, yet he's still living it up, and he's still got an online presence. So I think that he's been turned. So the Alex Jones that we once knew and the Alex Jones that we've got now, we've now got a team you Alex Jones. So pretty fucking pointless, really. We need people that are going to tell the truth and stand by their principles no matter what, come hell or high water, to the death. That's what we need. No fakery. Sick of fucking fakery. Having trouble with my internet connection. Well, we're still here, Dave. We're always here for you, brother. You've not said anything dodgy, You're not. You've not been talking about gay chickens or gay frogs or anything like that. So it's just one of those things. Again, they reckon. I mean, by now, 2025, we should have dog's bollocks internet, super fast, full bars signal on your phone. Should have all of that, but we haven't. Absolutely not going down the wrong road. I hope not, Maria. But even then, even if you did, it's still going to be a learning curve for you. So there's always a silver lining in everything. So whatever you learn, if you learn something that's definitely going to work, that's definitely foolproof, you can share that. You can then go on to share that with us. It would be interesting if you could go down the gas, electricity, and water route and see how you get on, see where that takes you, because none of you guys should be paying for any of it. So that would free up 300 quid a month. You can do a lot with 300 quid. You know, it doesn't feel that long ago that me and Sal booked a holiday to one of the Canary Islands for about 220 quid each. You know? You're lucky if you get a night in a hotel for that now. Unless you're from Afghanistan. Straight off a blow-up boat. Then, yeah, he's sorted. He's sorted. I need to get, do you know what? I think I might get blacked up. And can I say that? Yeah, of course I can. I might get blacked up. And I think I can pull off. You see, the NGOs that are meeting these fucking cockroaches off the boats, they don't understand their language. They ain't got a fucking clue. You just get off the boat, get off a boat and go, yeah, come this way. Here's a card. Here's another card. This is your address. I know it's only 4-star. Couldn't get you 5-star. And here's a voucher for some clothes. And that, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that. Off you go. Maybe we should all try that. Now you've got Danny Tomo. Now Danny Tomo was Stephen Yaxley Lennon's right-hand man at one point. In my opinion, he still is. But he's kind of lifting a little bit of an hoo-ah at the moment by going over to France and going around and allegedly destroying and puncturing the boats and stuff that are being kind of half buried into the sand dunes and stuff like that. I don't know. I'm very suspicious about that. You think what you want. You're free. You're free. And I'll think what I want. Their main objective is to bring about civil war in this country. Now, that is exactly what our government wants. However, I've racked my brain and then I've racked it more, and I can't think of another way out of this mess. So it's a tricky one. Everyone best to make sure you are regularly detoxing heavy metals. Yeah. That what Lana's just said there is so essential. It really is. And there's so many things you can buy that are natural that your body will appreciate, and it does the job. It really does. Chlorella. Oh man, I'm not going to read it all out. Don't worry. I don't want to bore you. You see all this? Those 2 bags are full of stuff that detoxifies your body of heavy metals, parasites, and then replenishment of lots and lots of stuff that's missing out of our food that you can get from foraging. You know, I am balls deep in this stuff because it's important. You know, the average person isn't meeting anywhere close to their nutritional needs, anywhere close. So if you're not meeting anywhere close to your nutritional needs, then you're not meeting your full potential, and everybody should, you know, or at least try and aim for it. So there's a lot of stuff in those bags that heavy metals bind, that the heavy metals bind to it, and you wee it out, you know, or you sweat it out. Again, fuck that off. There are some crystals that you can use that, oh, that's nice. That's nice. I might do that for a while. Oh. See, I learned to self-soothe. I saw a vid a few days back about deliveries of vapes to those hotels. That's right. That's absolutely right, Dave. That is happening. Just one hotel was costing the taxpayer $200,000 a year just providing free vapes. Yeah. Must cost millions a year across them all. The amount of money that is being thrown at these cockroaches is absolutely mind-blowing. You know, you just scratch the surface there, mate. It's mad. You throw into the mix the interpreters, you know, some of these charge 40, 50 quid an hour because they're on call all the time, so they charge a premium. And then you've got your legal aid. Legal aid's not cheap. It's expensive. In fact, solicitors charge more when they know they're getting legal aid because they're not sat down with the client saying, look, well, how much can you afford? You know, we're paying for all of that as well. We're paying for so much. We're paying for them to have kickboxing lessons, driving lessons. You know, I could reel a massive list off. It's mad what we are paying for. We are paying for these cockroaches to get all of that, right? We're paying for our own invasion. You couldn't make this shit up. We're paying for our own invasion and our own infestation. Something's got to give. But you're right there, Dave. It's when you add it all up and then take into account that we stand to lose thousands of senior citizens to the cold this winter because they had that £300 heating allowance taken away from them. You know, let that fucking sink in. It's like it's either 7 or 8 times more people die from the cold than they do from the heat. So, you know, everyone's heard the term heating or eating. Everyone's heard that now. But even though everyone's heard it, doesn't make it any less important because that is literally how it is with a lot of our elderly now. So like, I either put the heating on and go without a meal, or I have a meal and go without the heating. If the meal's hot enough, it'll keep me warm for a while. Now, there's one particular lady on my street that I've got my eye on that I need to keep checking on, and I have been doing. Only a couple of times. I need to up my game a bit. Saying I've been too busy is not a good enough excuse, but that's the excuse I'm going to give, right? But realising and reminding myself is giving me a kick up the arse. So I need to go over there, right? So she does get, again, she's been obviously awarded care and support because I live, you know, a few doors down, you know, across the road from her. So, you know, I take the girls out, you know, several times a day. So I see the support that goes in. I was a support worker for nearly 2 decades. And they're all black. So, and I've met her. She knows me by first name. I know her by first name, and she's just so lovely. And she's from where she's from County Durham, you know, where all my mum's side's from. The vast majority of my family are from. So that was an instant connection. We got to know each other, and she's just so lovely. She's so lovely, but far too trusting as well. Now, the hearing's going a bit. So for me to be talking to her, she'd be okay. She'd be all right. You know what I mean? In a normal conversation. You throw someone in there to communicate with her with a really, really strong African accent, you know? Oh, man. But yeah, I know that she spends a lot of time. She's got, I don't want to describe her house, but it's quite big and it's just her in it. And I don't know if you remember, and if any of you remember me talking about an elderly woman being burgled on my street, and it was an aggravated burglary, the worst kind of burglary, right? And it took the cops 24 hours to finally come round because it was confirmed, she confirmed that they'd left. So it was no longer an emergency, that she was fucking traumatized. You know? To anyone that doesn't know what, and I know most of you, if not all of you do know, but I just want to just confirm, aggravated burglary is where you're being burgled whilst you're in the house. You can hear them. So the police are not fit for purpose, and she is vulnerable as fuck. Just like way too trusting, you know? And a pikey ripped her off as well. Like this is going back I've lived there 20 years now, you know, so I've known her 20 years. So this is going back a while now, but it still happened. So he basically knocked on the door and said, I'm dramatizing this up a little bit for entertainment purposes, because I'm not a fan of pikeys. Although I do admire their sense of community, right? So a guy turned up and he said, "Do you know if it's cut under the bushes or not? Because I noticed your caliph is a little bit puzzled." She's like, you want to trim my..." So anyway, the price that he quoted her and the price that he ended up with was very significantly different. And he marched her off to the fucking cash point of the shop to draw the money out, intimidated her into, you know, and she's frail. She was frail then. So, you know, if I could move in there, I would, just to keep an eye on her. And to watch, in fact, I'm quite tempted, but then it's like, where do you draw the line on ethics? Because you can buy little tiny cameras like this. You can just dot, you know, all you'd need is say 5 of them, and they're not expensive. Just have 5 of them dotted around. I don't know how that would work. I don't know if your phone can only handle 1 of these cameras at a time. I don't know. I might look into it, But then again, you've got the ethical side of this. If I planted, say, 5 cameras in her house without her knowing, I've not got her permission. There's the first ethical element of it. And trying to explain it to her before I do it, she would be, no. Whereas I would be wanting to do this for her protection, but she wouldn't know that. Not really, because she's not in my head. So then I set these cameras up and then monitor what these carers are doing when they go in her house. You know? They might be doing a really, really, really fucking good job. An outstanding job. But what if they're not? I'm going for a slash. I'll be right back. This is going on forever. I do apologise. I've just got my 6-pack back. We all know that feeling. We do. All of us. Every single one of you knows that feeling. You know, that post-piss feeling. You know? It's lovely. It's lovely. Best things in life are for free. We must prepare for a more angry world. Yes, we do. We do. Yeah. But that will pass. But it's the past bit that's going to be, you know, fuck me. I don't think a lot of people really, really, truly comprehend where we're headed. The Bills situation would need to be approached by a class action with thousands of people at the same time. I agree with that, Maria. And I think that applies to most things, you know. There's power in numbers. Apart from petitions. Waste of fucking time. Waste of time. All that is a data harvesting exercise. That's all it is. Even if it started off by a civilian, you know, a genuine, honest civilian, and it gains loads and loads of traction, millions of signatures. It means fuck all. But it does collate a lot of data and a lot of information. I'm sorry I've fallen behind a little bit there, guys. You know how I get. A little bit carried away. Just trying to go up, but it won't go up. That's not usually a problem. I do apologise. Motherfucker. There we are. Right. So I just want to make sure I've read everything out, even though I'm way back, and I'll catch up and then we'll carry on. Pumpkin seeds paralyze parasites. I like that. It rolls off the tongue. It paralyzes parasites. Well, on it, like a carb on it, you mix 50% blitzed pumpkin seeds and 50% cayenne pepper into a capsule, size O. You take 2 of them a day, which is what I do. And really, really good for dogs as well. Really good. Because dogs get parasites too, probably more than we do. Well, their bodies are able to cope with it more because, well, they should be, you know, again, focus on what you're feeding your dogs. But blitzed pumpkin seeds, fucking brilliant for dogs. Dogs love it. When I say love it, it's like, you know, some pumpkin seeds? Like that. Fuck off. Right? Give me a jawbone. Whereas if you blitz it and then mix it in with their food that they do like, they'll lap it up and they'll benefit from it. And their bodies will go, thank you. Amazing how the gov has gone from save granny at all costs to fuck them, let them freeze. I remember that, Lana. I said that in a walking talk when I used to do them. I'm sorry I haven't been doing many walking talks, guys. I haven't quite been myself, you know. And each time I go out for a walk, I'm thinking, where do I start? Where do I start? So that alone should tell you that everything is ramping up to the point where Terry can't do a fucking walk and talk because he doesn't know where to start. But the fact that everything's ramping up, as far as I'm concerned, is both right, strapping, and at the same time, I'm thinking these fuckers are worried, you know? It's not gone anywhere close to plan. But that still means, you know, I don't know why I did that. I've got a cow there and a cow there and I'm milking them. And I'm holding the pot between my laps. What the fuck? I haven't been that random for quite some time. But yeah. I gave a very similar analogy to that to in 2024, right? In the summer of 2024, I did a walk and talk. I remember almost all my walk and talks, you know, and almost all my videos because I poured my heart out into them. They're genuine. Anyway, so I said in 2024, in the summer, not far off to the day, that in 40 years, we've gone from feed the world, remember Live Aid, to starve the world in 40 years. And that's just reminded me of that, Lana. Because I remember saying that as well. It's mad. It's mad. You know, I can't think of one single politician I trust. Well, I'm glad you're still here, Mio China. Michael. Are you wearing a negligee? Is that a satin negligee you've got on there? That's really inappropriate for a live stream, brother. You know, even I know where to draw the line. For fuck's sake. I can see you. I think you've moved position now, but I think you were like that. It's very strange. I've never seen you like that before, you know. But hey, I am quite a liberal man, believe it or not. So you fill your fucking boots, brother. She needs a winter duvet for the daytime. I've got a few ideas, and I watched a video the other day on like heated body warmers, heated socks, heated coat, a heated hat, which I don't think is a good idea because, believe it or not, the older you get, the less there's less signaling going on in your body. So I don't like to compare our senior citizens to the boiling frog analogy because it just does. I love our senior citizens, the original Google, you know, 70 to 90 years of life experience, 70 to 90 years of hardship and loss and learning, you know. Fuck Google, you know. I want to talk to these guys. And our government genocided the fuck out of thousands. And nobody's talking about it. Oh. Where was I? Yeah, so I agree, Ilana. And I will be going over there. I'll go over tomorrow. Hello, Sky Girl. I'm sorry, I'm a bit behind, so bear with me so I can catch up. I love it when our generation say I'm going for a slash. I love it, and I like the fact that that a girl finds that, you know, endearing and lovely and, you know, just normal. You know what I mean? It's nice to see it because it's quite a blokey thing to say, to be fair. You know, a lot of blokes go, I'm going for a slash, I'm going to drain the python or whatever, you know. We're going for a piss. You never hear a woman go, can you excuse me for a second? I'm just going for a piss. You know, you never hear, not really, not normally, right? Or, I'm really sorry. I know that you're in the middle of a conversation right now, but I'm just going to go for a slash. Women don't say that. They just don't say that. So it's nice for a woman to appreciate that. I can imagine the younger generation of today would get right offended by that. You'd be surprised, Sky Girl. You know, I know a lot of, well, definitely my stepson's age range. They're just like us in so many ways. It's unreal. There are obviously, just like our range, fuck ups that aren't like us. But that's because they've just lacked either guidance, good quality guidance from others, or not followed their gut and their heart. Unfortunately, a lot of carers aren't very caring now. No, they aren't. But the government actually put out, and I did put it in a post, but trying to find it now. I post so much in the post section, and it was actually an official government document that was, again, this ties in with the digital ID and their pathetic excuse it's meant to prevent people that shouldn't be working, blah blah blah, so that we all end up with this digital slavery system. So it's all part and parcel of that. But it was a campaign to try and hire as many people, black people, African people, straight off, generally black African people, straight off the boats and straight into work in the care industry, working with the most vulnerable people in the world. You couldn't make this shit up, and that's God's honest truth. So you've got the fact that when I worked in the care industry for nearly 2 decades, learning disabilities, mental health, and children. Right now, I had to go through. I used to have you've got to have a proper deep DBS check, right? Which brings up all of your criminal history. So fuck knows how I got a job at Mencap, but I ended up working there for 17 years, and I left of my own volition to go and work with kids because I had more to give to them. You've got a ceiling with people with learning disabilities because you can, again, the clue's in the term that they've got learning disabilities, that you can push and push and push to try and get them to learn as much as they possibly can. But there is a ceiling. There are limits. Whereas working with young people and kids and that, sky's the limit, And I knew that there was very little that any of these young people have been through that I've not experienced myself at some point. So it's I think you can have qualifications that shoot anything that you can learn at college or university straight out the water. You can't beat life experience, and that's what our senior citizens have got. And just reverting back to genocide. DNR, 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 DNR. How long do you want me to go on for? Of people that would be with us around the Christmas table this year, no problem. And even their own families don't know. In most cases. Oh, fucking hell. I'm telling you, heads have got to roll for this. We need to pick our battles to win the war. Sorry, I took the mood down significantly there, and I do apologise. Right, I don't want to go too far behind. So I've gone up to minimum wage, minimum effort. I don't entirely agree with that. I think it depends on your boss. If you've got a decent boss, I don't like the idea of anyone. I don't like the idea of an hierarchy. I think I've made that quite clear. But I think if the guy that's directing you, let's call him a director, right? The guy that's directing you of what needs to be done within your role is a really, really nice guy, then you're quite happy to get stuck in and graft. I've always been a grafter. And I've done jobs for pay that we wouldn't believe. Disgusting jobs. Probably the worst one was a dog meat factory, a dog food factory, where you're processing the if you want to call it meat, and that was £2.67 an hour. So it depends on, because the problem that we've got now is that we've got a proper cost of living crisis. So they're trying to make it so that it's more beneficial for you to be completely and totally reliant on the system, because they want complete and total control over you. So we've gone from a system back when I was young to having a stigma of being on the dole. I think, well, fucking earn, to our government's pushing us into we understand that you'd actually be better off, or putting people in a position where we'll take your house off you because you can't pay your mortgage anymore because there aren't any jobs out there. Well, this could expand into a massive, massive conversation now, because it shoots off into so many different directions, and it's all orchestrated. It's all pre-planned. But again, there are people that have got good, strong work ethics that will work for a minimum age, and they will give it everything they've got, everything. So that's definitely a group that I wouldn't tar with the same brush. But we have got a lot of snowflakes being born and growing up at the moment. They're a different breed. Like I said, we are the last of the generations, and it's going to be down to us to be the right kind of nudge. Because at the moment, society as a whole is constantly being nudged into the wrong direction. So again, the yin yang, we can nudge in the right direction, and we know the right direction. And again, it's not a case of my ideology is better than their ideology. It's just it's just life. It's just normal, natural life based on nature and community spirit, where people are looking out for each other. That wasn't that long ago when cars didn't have locks on the fucking doors of cars. There were no locks. People didn't lock their doors at night. It was normal. It was a given. It was just every day. Everything's just been done so gradually that the vast majority of people just don't notice. Or they do, but they just don't think about it. They don't process it. Again, Lana did some research and found that there was a study done that 1 in 9 people had no inner monologue, which I find utterly bizarre. Every single day, I'm having a conversation with myself in my head, most of the time. So to be completely and totally devoid of that is just completely irrational and mind-blowing to me. It makes absolutely no sense because I can't imagine being like that. I find it bizarre that's even the case, but it is. Now that, if ever you wanted to clarify what a fucking NPC really is, that's it. A premium version of an NPC, someone that's got no inner monologue. You know, I don't know how these people manage to survive a day without dying, electrocuting themselves or walking in front of a fucking car that's going at 50 miles an hour or something. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. Well, I feel like I've gone right off track here. I do apologise. Like Death by 1,000 Cuts, I know what that was in relation to, and I agree. And that is so true. People are not noticing. We are under attack from all angles, a multi-pronged attack. And I've always said we need a multi-pronged defence. And some of that defence needs to be what you put in your mouth. Oh, man. Grow up, Terry. So supplements, you know, something to aid your nutrition. Get as much nutrition as into you as you can, you know. Build up your body's defences. That's definitely one way, because there are horrible heavy metals coming from the sky, raining down, literally raining down on us. So you need stuff that's going to get it out of your body. So start researching it, you know. Doing good things, and who you want to. Oh, I love when you lot chat together. It's so lovely. It is. It's community. Albeit online. You can't beat it interpersonal though. Oh. This is how far behind I am, Sky Girl, right? I don't know how to spell negligee either. It's just reminded me of that shit joke. I know some of you have heard it before, but I've got to do it again now because that's just reminded me of it. Because it's lingerie, right? So this guy, it's Valentine's Day, and he's thinking, I want to buy some nice underwear for my missus, right? So he goes into Ann Summers, and he's just looking, he's feeling really awkward because like there's loads of knickers there and bras there and like all this and all that, and he's like, fuck me, I feel just so out like a fish out of water, you know. So he sees an assistant, clearly an assistant. She's got the uniform on and the badge, and you know, he goes, "Excuse me, sweetheart, oh, I'm just a bit nervous, you know. Do you do thongs?" And she goes, "Certainly, sir. Sing a thong." That just reminded me of that. Sorry, I had to get it off my chest. Pop over to her house with hot food and eat with her and chat. I'm going to, Maria. Tonight's really sort of, yeah, it's given me a jolt, really, that I'm not doing enough. I was chatting with a friend who is not away recently, who she is over 60 and was chatting to me about carers in the UK that are being shipped in from Africa. Exactly, Sky Girl. I'm telling you, it's happening, and I've seen that. I've seen the advertising, and it's not good. It really is not good. We've got to look after them. This is another sneaky way for these fuckers to, and by fuckers I mean our government. Another sneaky way for them to get in there and do more damage. You know, they were like, oh, we didn't kill enough of them with the COVID jabs. You know, we need to find other ways to fuck their heads up. Or at least that's how it feels. Vulnerable members of her family that require 24-hour care are saying that they do not treat them in any respect and just sit there watching TV. They cannot attend to themselves. This is why I'm thinking about the whole camera thing, but the ethics behind it are a bit questionable, you know. Just to prove what I think is going to be a fair point. You need to have more faith in people, Terry. Yeah, I know, but I've seen I've got the receipts of. What do you mean? He's saying that they're all bad. I'm not saying that they're all bad. I'm just saying that we don't know anything about them, and they've not had a proper criminal reference check done. Not proper. How do you know? Because they get rid of all their fucking documentation and lie when they enter the country. Fair enough. That was like that was like Vera going to the job centre. Or talking to someone at a bus stop that's talking sense. Oh dear. And require them to get out of bed, wash and dress. She's not completely immobile. She can do quite a lot for herself, but it's only a matter of time before she can't, you know, and that's where most of the concern comes in. It's awful. Things have to change. Things have to change sooner or later. Yes, they do, Lana. We know that. Not sure if I've made. Oh, where did that go? Hold on. I'm so far behind. I need to stop going off piste, read everything, and then get back on piste whilst getting piste. Oh dear. She hates them. It's disgusting. It is. But I'm on it. I'm on it. It's awful. Things have to change. Which way? The DWP are breathing down the mother's neck, who's 70, as to why these boys cannot work. Yeah, they're prepared to just, you know that like at strip clubs, disgusting places like strip joints. Not my place, not my thing. You know, not a typical man. That you see him on films where they're like throwing $1 bills at people like that. That's what they're pretty much doing with Pakistani families. So you have one bloke that's got somehow underneath British law in our fucking country, right? He's managed to get himself 4 wives. He's got his own gaff. He's on the dole. So that's coming in off you and me, right? But then he's got 4 missuses, 4 wives. And each of those 4 wives, this is not uncommon, believe it or not. You know, it's not massively common, but it's not uncommon either. There are different gradients of this shit going on in places like Bradford, Birmingham, Coventry, right? So one man, gaff on his own, rent paid for, council tax paid for, by you, by me. Then they've got 4 wives, all claiming benefits. And then all 4 of those wives have got between 1 and 4 kids. So they're getting benefits for each one of those kids as well. This is the Islamic element of influence on the government, on the country, right? The Islamic effect on the government and then onto the country is being pushed by the Zionists that have weaponized Islam against the West. And to anyone that's thinking, I don't think that's right, I think that's a bit much, that is, Terry. I think you might be talking out your arse then. Do some proper digging. Whereas British, let me just catch up. They've been told to attend the job centre with passport or driving licence and as ID. These boys are in wheelchairs. Fucking see what I mean? See? You see what I mean? You know? I will be the next fucking Guy Fawkes. But then, see, I go through these phases where I need to work on my self-control because this is public, you know? I'm telling you, heads need to fucking roll. But there are too many pussies out there. And the only way to get these people on the right side of history is for them to fucking suffer. Sounds a bit harsh, sounds a bit rough. But nothing wakes you up more than a good fucking punch in the face of reality, you know? And these people haven't got it. Not yet. They're gonna. And everyone needs to aim all of their anger, all of their frustration, all of their rage at Westminster and then work its way up. But then we've also got other elements that are against us as well in our own country, on our own shores. This is going to take some fucking doing. It's doable, but it's going to take some doing. This is where brains come in. I see clones, drones, and assholes. I like that, Maria. Thank you very much for that giggle. I needed it. It's done me some good. See, there's no way of burping discreetly. I do apologise. They do it because they know stress raises cortisol. Yes, it does. So does blue light. Which is why I've got blue light blockers on, you know, because it raises cortisol and limits the other one, which is gone. I hate that. And that's also another element of this is kind of brain fog and stuff like that. Our houses are full of really, really unhealthy light, full of it. You know, this is why A, they banned lead paint, and B, they banned filament, original traditional filament light bulbs. because the lead would have prevented next door's Wi-Fi from battering the fuck out of my body whilst my own Wi-Fi is doing it, right? So lead would have done that. They don't want that. On top of banning proper traditional filament light bulbs, which give off a natural light, because the light comes from the heat, like proper heat. Whereas LED lights, it's a strobe. Traditional filament light is like watching a fire. It's a constant. It's just a constant, you know, it's a constant light. It's natural. It's what you were designed to view. It's what your eyes were. Well, one of the reasons your eyes are the way that they are. So our lighting system, I did put, again, I put a post out there and I put a link to a place that's one of the most reasonably priced places in the UK that sell proper filament light bulbs, you know, for your spotlights or your bayonet or your Edison, you know, it doesn't matter. We've got everything. You swap out all of your LED lights for proper filament lights and send me an email. Let me know how good you're fucking feeling. Because it's true. You get more meds with more side effects. Exactly. It's a spiral. A death spiral, you know? They want to keep you sick. Because as long as you're sick, they make more money. They can continue to make more money, you know? And the only reason that money's got value is because of all of the graft that you've put in through your life to get it. You know, look into that. It's very, very true. England was bankrupt a long time ago, and they had to figure out a system within the banking system to make the value of cash viable again, right? So they did that through the system we've got today, through your sweat. You know, your sweat gives cash value. But now we're coming to the end of that and moving into something very, very different and very, very much darker. Hence the buffer zone that you need to provide yourself with as a prepper for as long as you possibly can. The bigger your buffer zone, right, the more you've got time to finely tune your next step. That's the point of prepping. The government wants rid of who the government calls unless useless eaters by any means they can. But you know what, Lana? This is one of their weapons that's working on a lot of us, is that over the last 5 years, I've actually found myself thinking, you're a fucking useless eater. You can never, ever, ever contribute anything of any worthy significance to the human race ever, right? Then I've had to reel myself in, because this is how the fucking the psyops gotten to a lot of people. So much hatred. But take into account, so imagine, I might use him a lot from time to time because I think it's right. Imagine Jimmy Savile being alive now. Would you consider him to be a useless eater? Right? So where do you draw the parameters of what a useless eater is moving forward to try and make a success of humanity? Where do you draw the line? And now I feel like I've just made myself sound like which I don't like. Oh man, it's gone. Good night, Devon. Sorry, mate. I missed you there, brother. Sleep well and make sure you have a cracking weekend. And you can, no matter what happens, look at the silver linings. They're always there. I've forgotten the name of the word now, where they looked at people with learning disabilities and thought, useless eaters, kill. Too old to work, kill. You know, not intelligent enough, kill. I've forgotten the name of the word. But I don't ever want to sound like that. I don't want to be one of them, you know. But I am, on the flip side, I'm also very, very pro the survival of mankind. But it's got to fit within certain parameters. So we need to, it's got to be ethical. It's got to be ethical. Ethics are so important. It's you know, it's number one. So where do you draw the line? You know, do we allow people like Jimmy Savile to exist? People on the left would turn around and say, actually, yeah, it's got a right. It's got a right to live. Just like you've got a right to live. Yeah, I know, but I never fucked dead bodies, kids, and whatever else he did. You know, people that were dying of terminal illnesses in hospital, that were so drugged up that they couldn't do anything, were also raped by him. So where do you draw the line of who should be able to stay alive? Where do you draw the line at capital punishment? Because there are a lot of people still in jail, languishing in jail, that are, if you really looked at the evidence, quite possibly innocent. And every time they've come up for their parole hearing, they've had their parole thrown out the window because they will never admit to doing the crime that they were in there for. So then you start thinking, well, if capital punishment was in place and enshrined him back in law, he would have been, you know, probably euthanized, and that was it. They would have just, that's it, case closed, blah blah blah, until something comes out a couple of years later. Oh my God, right? So he's just admitted and given all the details, and there's no way he could have known any of that. He was the murderer. So, and there were loads of people in jail that have got little question marks over their head. So it's a very, very dodgy ground. I mean, they're already sort of the UK version of mutually assisted suicide. And in Canada, it's like, you a bit depressed? You feeling a bit low? How about you let us die? help you die. You know, let me give you something to help you die. It'll all be over. You'll be at peace. You know, you say you got an eating disorder. Why don't you die? Let me help you die, honey. Because this eating disorder is never going to go away. Can't do a Canadian accent. You're homeless. That's more Irish. Let me keep this serious, because it is serious. You're homeless. Let us help you die. You see, these are the parameters, literally the parameters that they've got in Canada to try and encourage people to just die when they could just be helped. Just very briefly, I've been in situations where you don't feel like you can sink any lower, you know? And I would have fallen into their parameters so many fucking times, past tense, where I would have been a prime candidate for them in Canada. They're making this normal. Yet here I am, ready to take the fucking world on. So how many people with potential? Because in order to become a truly strong person, you've got to go through some seriously bad fucking shit and make it through to the other side. You'll still have your scars. You'll have your scars, right? But it galvanizes you. So if these people were allowed to get through to the other side with maybe a little bit of support here and there, they would have become stronger. So they would have never fallen back into that, generally speaking, never fallen back into that pit again, because they'd be stronger as a result of being in that pit. So these people aren't being given the opportunity to get stronger and stronger and stronger. They're just being offered suicide, painless suicide. What a fucked up, twisted world we live in. Absolutely fucking bonkers. The government wants rid of who the gov calls uselessly as by any means. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, constant stress, cortisol, and big pharma all shorten lifespans. That's why they do it. Exactly, Laura. Exactly. Absolutely spot on. It's coming to a point where societal collapse will bring more positives than negatives. Do you know what, Dave? Honestly, I think you're absolutely bang on. I really do. But I tell you what, the bit between when it finally collapses to the point where it starts to stabilize is going to be fucking horrific. It's going to be beyond what most people anticipate, which is why I said right from the start, 5 years ago, that prepping is 90% minimum mental preparation. Just expect the absolute fucking worst, and that will help you. But balance that out with being able to just chill out and listen to some music and have a bit of banter with friends and stuff. You've got to find that balance, because you don't want to sink into thinking, right, fucking hell, is it really going to be that bad? Yeah, I know it's going to be that bad. But then just get your head around it. Get your head around it and just make sure that you spend time around people that you love and enjoy being with, and music and humor and nature, rolling fields and trees and bird song. You know, I know it sounds a bit corny and a bit cheesy, but I'm just saying, coping strategies in order to help you absorb the reality of what's ahead. That's all. Where am I? I'm sorry. Got to go. We don't draw the line for them. They draw the line for themselves. Yeah. Are we talking about other people, Maria? As in just the general public? Because I agree, you know, I think when you get past, at least when you get past the 30-year of life mark, because, you know, there could be some people listening that haven't heard me say this before. The human brain doesn't stop developing until you're mid to late 20s, you know, a bit earlier for women, but not much, 2-3 years maybe. So when you get past the age of 30, you should be 100% responsible for your own actions or inactions. So my next door neighbour, you know, if they run out of food, I do think he's a provider, but so am I. And I think most men are. But then there are some men that will go to a certain length and then crumble because they just think, I can't find anything. I can't get it. They've all run out. All the shops have run out. Then that provider who used to just go down to Asda once a week and then pick up what the missus had ordered online. Go down and pick it up, bring it home. There's that sort of male provider. And then there are male providers that will go through any fire and brimstone to make sure that they can provide for their family. It's a very, 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 very significant sliding scale of being a man and being a provider. And you just need to figure out which one you are, you know? And then you've got to throw ethics and morals in there and whether or not you're prepared to twist them and bend them, or whether you're not prepared to do any of them. You know? There's a very, very mad mixture of male providers for the family. You just need to figure out which one you are and then question yourself. But going back to that, Dave, sorry, I don't want to call you David in case it offended your pronouns. I'm really fucking about me. But yeah, I agree. I think in the end, it will be a very positive thing, but you need to be able to be in a position where you can ride it out. And people should have been starting to do that either at 9/11 or at least the bare minimum COVID. They should have pulled their fucking trousers up, tightened up their belt, shut their head off and thought, right, I need to get my fucking shit together. But most people haven't done that. Which is a sad, sorry shame, especially for them, you know, because it was all of this is based 100% around sheer 24 karat gold, unadulterated, unaffected common sense. That's it. Just common sense. Even if all of this shit wasn't going on, you should be able to sit there and go, what if the supermarkets ran out of food? I know it's unlikely. I know it'll never happen. But what if it did? Maybe I should create some sort of insurance plan for that. Common sense. This is the same common sense that the average human has been using for thousands of years, if not tens of thousands of years, if not maybe, who knows, millions of years. Passed down generation to generation to generation to generation through your genetics. Common sense, you know. Common sense was again, it was like organic food 40 years ago. 40 years ago, it was like organic food. It was a given. Most people had it. Now, look around. Drive around. You know, people doing 20 miles an hour in a 40 zone. It's one of the few things that instantly fucking rages me up. It does rage me up. You know, I envisage myself just like thinking, fuck it, knock them off the road so I can carry on at the speed that is there, you know. Well, they're just thoughts. And that's another thing, you know, the fact that I'm getting more and more and more and more negative, dark thoughts and less patience with people is a telling sign that everything is being hyped up and pushed more and more and more. So as long as I'm aware of that, I can take some level of control over it. But not everyone in society is like us, you know. People's patience. You see, I never took a bad day at work home with me, and you know, I was with Sal for 20 years. We had fallouts from time to time, but nothing mad, nothing bad. We were perfect for each other. But on the very odd occasion that we did fall out, it was more significant because it didn't happen very often. But I never ever took that out on people at work. So whenever I'm feeling down in any way or in any situation, or if anyone else is, they should never push that shit on anyone else, ever. But not everyone has got an outlet. Mine, I train, you know. Exertion, even if you've got a bad back, there are ways, you know. So yeah, I think I feel like I've fallen way behind there. Constant stress, cortisol. And yet stress does shorten your life. And how, you know, how challenging is it for us who can, you know, there are some people that can see all of that. There are some people that can see all of that. There are some people that can see all of that, or all of that. And then there are some people that can see a little bit of this, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. And then there are people that are starting to see a little bit of all of that. And then there are people that can see all of it all at once. And they're expected to stay chilled, calm, and fucking happy. So that's a job in and of itself. So trying to, and by the way, I'm not saying that I can see everything, you know, fuck me. I'm not Nostradamus. I'm not sure if I pronounced that right because of that. Nostradamus, right? Of which I do have a book by him. So all I'm saying is that we're going to end up with an entire nation full of people that are at breaking point, and they seem to generalize the nation, whereas in actual fact we're all pretty much individual. So for them to be naive enough to think that they can predict how an entire nation is going to react at breaking point simultaneously is very, very, very fucking naive. Again, I've said before, you know, they will have hired people, you know, social scientists that will have just sold their soul to the devil. They're like, you're off, you know, people that are at the top of their game, right? And they would have been past a little, there you go, have a look at the number on that check. And they've gone, all right then, you know, sold their fucking soul for this, the root of all evil. But the vast majority of top of their game social scientists, psychologists, sociologists, psychiatrists, right, will be at the top of their game because of the amount of literature and experiments that they've tried on individuals, right? There's not really been that much data, not truly collated, apart from maybe the Spanish flu, which again, then they've tried to do on this turnaround. This was, as far as I'm concerned, the whole COVID event was a real kind of, you know, I think they were very, very overconfident. Very. There were far too many variables to throw into the mix, you know, and again, going back to these sort of like top of their game psychiatrists, psychologists, and sociologists, none of them would have been from a working class, generally speaking, would have been from a working class background. So they wouldn't really fully understand us and the way that we tick, not just as individuals, but as communities. We're very different to where they came from. Because these would have been people in that field from Oxford, Cambridge, places like that. So again, reverting back to me going from working with people with learning disabilities and mental health to working with kids. See, I knew that I understood the learning disabilities because my granddad and grandma on my dad's side only had two kids, my dad and my auntie Babs, and she had a learning disability. So learning disabilities have been completely normal for me from day dot. So I fell into working with learning disabilities like a fish to water, you know. And then I fell into childcare and working in kids' homes because of my own personal life experiences. So I was good at it, you know, because I understood the kids. So you take scientists, social scientists like the ones I've mentioned, they've got none of this life experience whatsoever. They've learned it from experiments and textbooks and, you know, people that have gone before them, and that's how they've gathered their data. And but being thrown into a situation like this, you know, they're like a fish out of fucking water, and they're struggling because the information, the data they're feeding back up on how to deal with things, on when to apply the pressure, when to reduce the pressure, when to reapply the pressure, when to reduce it, that's all going to shit. Because these people are all of these people are completely and totally out of touch with the real people and real life. So going back to my work experience, pulling that forward into us, that gives us a serious edge to survive this shit. Top up. What time are we on? I don't like rushing things. We will not go past 4 hours, you know. A couple of days ago, I did start thinking that I kind of sometimes I stress about doing live streams because I know my average live streams are a minimum of 3 hours long. No one else does live streams that long. So I always stress about them, thinking, what am I going to talk about for 3 hours? Because 3 hours is the minimum people are going to expect. Then I thought, first of all, you need to stop thinking about what other people think, because that goes against your own fucking ethics, for starts. And then just go with the flow. If after 2 hours you feel a bit kind of worn out because you've had one of those days or whatever, and it's chewing into your night, then call it a day. People will be all right with it, you know. But I was considering just knocking the channel on the head completely. You need a wee. You need to make it quick. Do a wee. Well, then, it's amazing how powerful sleep is. And a good night's sleep, I woke up the following day and I thought that it's probably not the right time. because it's been quite a journey. And and some of you guys have kept me going. Let me just make sure I've caught up. Good night, mate. I'm sorry. Sorry I missed that. Sleep well and just pull out all the stops and have a cracking weekend. You will. You will. If you pull out all the stops and have a fuck it, be like a leaf in the wind, you know? Just go with the flow. And I'm telling you, it works, because that's you allowing your heart and your gut synchronized lead the way. I'm telling you. I know that sound where he's gone woo woo. Oh my God. Honestly, when you start to do a little bit of a deep dive into, because again, I'm not going to go into a deep dive now. Don't worry. Right. I just want to just skip across the top of it. Right. There is definitely something in the whole chakra thing. This is a really ancient knowledge. And we've lost a lot of that. We really have. But I'd say there are 4 extremely sort of powerful chakras, and I'll just tell you what they are and I'll move on. I don't want to bore you, right? One is the mind, but not the brain, the pineal gland. So that's one. The brain has been programmed your whole fucking life. Don't trust your brain. So your pineal gland, your heart, your gut, and your groin. Very, very powerful. So I'm very, very, very. I had a little bit of a to and a fro in the comment section of someone's video about the whole. So we're either a slave to the legal system or we're a slave to religion, and I'm not happy with either of those choices. So I'm not having any of them. So I need to either find a third option or know that the third option is sovereignty. That's it. Fuck you, fuck you. I'm not doing anyone any harm. Leave me the fuck alone. Yeah. Anyway, going back to the eventual collapse, because that is what we're looking at, you know. I'm not going to leave this on a negative. I'm determined not to leave it on a negative, right? But there is going to be a collapse. I think we all know that. We all know that. How that's orchestrated to speed it up, because they're going to want to speed it up. They are. I'm telling you. Because they're losing grip. They're losing touch. Because of out of touch social scientists, right? So they're losing their grip. And one of the reasons why they are losing the grip is because they're out of touch with reality and real people, that they've employed people that are out of touch with real people and reality, you know? So it's just, there's loads of confusion going on there because they just don't know how to fucking deal with us. We're such a mad mixture. On top of the fact that I do think that there's something happening atmospherically that's waking people up. So you combine those two things together, and there is no way that they could have run the numbers in order to be able to deal with us as we wake up as a mass. There's no way that they could have figured out and computed some formula on how to deal with the Great Awakening when they've not got any data on it. Hope that makes sense to someone. Oh, fucking hell. And do you know what? So going back to the whole, maybe I should knock the channel on the head thing. You know, it's no offense to anybody, just me. And then I thought about what I've got from you outweighs massively anything you could have got from me. And tonight's another good example of that, because I get to share stuff with probably the majority of people that won't judge me by what I'm saying, because even if it sounds a bit outlandish, I don't feel judged by it. You know, that's pretty special, right? And vice versa. You know, you can say whatever you want as long as you're not a cunt. Again, I know that that's a mixed word for people, but it is what it is, and I am what I am. But the vast majority of people that interact with us are all very, very like-minded people, and I think it's a shame that it's not impossible, you know, but it can be challenging to find a community like this within your own community. It can be quite tough. I've by luck, I've managed to find a couple of literal communities that I've not tapped into yet, but that I know they're there, you know. But sometimes these sub-communities, well, in fact, all of these sub-communities have all been started by one person, you know. They're like proper humble, small, almost insignificant beginnings, started by one or maybe two people. Before you know it, it's become a revolution. So you could start something in your own community just by a little card in your local post office window saying, "Are you awake?" and put your phone number. You know, chances are you don't. Right, for starters, you don't get crackheads and smackheads looking at the ads section of a fucking post office, right? Generally speaking, you get normal people looking at them, average people. That is our battleground, that 40% of souls that we need to bring to the light side. Okay? They read that. So why don't you put in just one little sign saying, "Are you awake and alone?" No. Are you awake? Just, are you awake? And then you make sure you meet them in a neutral place if it comes to that. I'm just saying there are so many ways of networking, and these are ways that I've tried and they've all worked. I've walked the walk. So start networking, start spreading the word. The quicker we can get information out there, and then when you go to pubs and you're in pubs with these people and you're having a conversation, people are listening, people are hearing what you're saying. The butterfly effect is massive. Massive. Oh, I've got to leave this on a positive. Let me just go for a slash, and I'll try and be creative without a wig. Genuine question, right? So I had to cut. That was going on forever. So I had to cut myself short, just cut it off, right? So I thought I'm going to be here all fucking night, right? And pushing too hard, if you push too hard to get it out quicker, that can lead to a weak bladder. You don't want that, right? Go back to the oh no, that sort of thing, right? Can women, because I don't know this is a genuine question, can women stop pissing mid-flow? Because I can. I think all blokes can. It's a question I've never, ever asked a woman, ever. It's never crossed my mind until now. Because that piss took so long, you know? I do apologise. So, we've all endured. Hey, look, you know, just a few months into 2005, everything went like we knew it would, you know. And the mad thing is that it's not over yet. You know, if you think about what had happened in an average month behind the scenes, behind the Tommy Robinson and the Tommy Tards and Trump saying this and so saying that and someone else saying that, behind all the scenes, they're bringing all of the soldiers of every single country in lockstep into the meat grinder. Loads and loads and loads of shit going on around the bread and circus. And that's another aspect of society that is really getting on my tits. You know, it's really boiling my piss. so many people that claim to be awake that see fuck all. Oh man. But I mean, they always say that level heads prevail, and I do agree with that. I do. So, but true level heads only ever come from people that have been spooked and spooked and spooked and spooked. Using spook is a very, very mild term for mild to moderate to severe trauma in their lives, right? So we're sort of relying on people being of a certain caliber to be able to get through to the other side of all of this madness. Now, there are other elements to throw into the mix of what we're preparing for, because it seems if the science and the pseudoscience is to be combined, we're looking at a convergence of all manner of mad fucking crazy shit happening all at once over the space of a couple of decades. So people being able to cope are going to be the people that have managed to cope before with significant shit, and then cope before that with significant shit, and before that, and before that, and before that. Those are the people that are going to have the cool, calm heads around them. And people who are losing their shit are going to be attracted and drawn to people like that. So you've got that to deal with as well. I'm telling you, I think, even though, as you know, I know I sound like a scratch record. I'm not a Christian. I'm not, I never have been. I've always had an interest in religion, to see how people can be manipulated and sort of drawn into this idea, So but it does say something in the Bible about there being a last generation, a final generation. And there's a lot of other text in there as well that seems to be like history repeating. Well, then does history repeat? So going back to our generation, we're going to have so much on our shoulders because we're the link between pre-tech and tech, the bridge. So we've got a lot to offer and a lot of guidance to give if it's required or maybe asked for, I mean, has everyone really thought about like the worst case scenario as to where this is potentially leading to? Is everyone prepared for it? Is there any doubt in anyone's mind of a particular aspect of their situation that they're concerned about? Because we can talk about it. I don't think there's a single problem that's not got a solution. But I also think that sometimes we need to crash and burn to have some sort of fresh rebirth. And that's exactly what they're planning, you know. But whether or not it goes forward on their terms or our terms, you see, that's the question. If it goes through on their terms, you're looking at generation after reducing, generation after reducing, and declining generation after reducing and declining generation before people realize it. Or we make our generation count. And not just our generation, but the generation under us. There are plenty of good examples of people like us in that generation and the generation before that. So don't give up on them. And I think that was one of the points I was trying to make, is that it felt so easy for me to just fucking give up on this channel and give up on just hibernate. Fuck them. I know what I'm doing. I've got what I need. Fuck them. You know? Not you. Just the world and people in general. But I you know, as soon as that slapped out of me and realised that it's going to take us to, in our own, maybe in some cases very subtle ways, to help nudge people in the right direction, as opposed to the way that the system is nudging people. But then again, you know, you could throw in ethics, you know. Why don't you just allow people to just do their own? But then my life hasn't been about me going like that. It's about life going bang, 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 in order for me to go like that. And those bang, 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 bangs have been through interactions and life experiences with people and life. So, you know, I'm not religious. I'm not a Christian. But there are aspects of the Bible that state that there is going to be one last generation that can save the rest. And I think that's both doable and achievable. But we do need people to realise that you know, it's not all about them. You know, people need to know that we can't really not really exist on our own. We need people. We need to be able to bounce off each other. We need to be able to interact, create, recreate. They've done a lot of damage. They've done a lot of damage to the human race. They really have, and our potential. So we need to try and claw that back. Not try, we need to claw that back. There's no try about it. We've got to do it. There's no choice. There's no choice. It's all or nothing. And I think, and again, but I'm not a Tommy Tard. So Tommy is all about inciting civil war, which again, at the moment, I can't see another way. I can't see loads of white people going and converging on Bradford and saying, look, like loads of men, white, nowhere. Because it's practical, not because I'm a fucking racist. Converging on Bradford and going, not even getting a word out before they've got fucking machetes out and baseball bats and fuck knows what else. When we want to say, oi, we're not your enemy, yet both of our enemies is Westminster. So the enemy of my enemy is my friend. That would be ideal for the short term. But that's not even on the table, because their powers of division have been so pristinely done so far, right, that it can't be undone. We're too far along the line. So we have got a battle on two fronts. As far as we're aware, nothing like this has ever been attempted before on this scale, right? So, and I've said that before. So there are so many different elements of this that they can't predict. They can't. It's phenomenon. I'm going to leave it on that, because I can't say phenomenon without saying because it was mine and Sal's thing. So that's the best I can do as far as leaving it on a positive, other than just know that there are more people out there like us than you think, and don't lose faith in the human race, because you see loads and loads of people. There are definitely NPCs out there, 100%, that are soulless, no inner dialogue, right? Monologue, right? So that's like 1 in 9. The rest are almost gone, or almost with us. So we need to keep speaking out. We need to keep talking. Dialogue is so important. It really is. And I'll continue to do that. I'm not shy. I'm not socially inept. But even if you are, push yourself. because it's your future and the future of your family that's at stake here, you know. But we will prevail, and we will get to see the other side of this hill. But, you know, how fast we get there is down to people like us pushing the boundaries and opening our mouths. So on that note, I will kiss you all goodbye, and thank you for your time with me tonight. Ciao for now.